Alrighty, let's see if see if this works, shall we? Right, alive is questionable. I'm here today. It is stress test day. Welcome in, boys and girls. Good morning. Good morning. Stress test. Over the last couple of days, I have fully reinstalled Windows. I have dismantled my PC and put it back together again. And I hope to hell it just works. Is the TLDR. What was the issue? Don't know. Don't know if it's fixed. God bless intermittent errors. Random blue screens. Random crashes. Firstly, claiming to be power related, hence why I replaced my power supply. But that didn't seem to fix it. So, yeah, I'm really hoping it's something else software related. So, Windows reinstall and drivers and all sorts of good stuff. Some holy water. I mean, I'm about getting to that point, honestly. But, truth be told, I'm not letting it get to me too much because this is the time to be chilling anyway. That said, you might be able to notice slightly in my voice that I'm sick as a dog. So, I've, let's see how this goes, shall we? Today's going to be a bit of a stress test. I'm going to get some auctions listed. Hopefully, it will not crash and burn my PC whilst we do it. Cheerleader with a 28, thank you very much. I actually heard notifications as well. So maybe I might have actually got that fixed for the first time ever. Let's hope. Let's pray. Praise RN Jesus. Everything just works. I do still need to do a fresh install of OBS. That's the only last thing I haven't tried. Now, the error has happened whilst I haven't had OBS even open. So I don't think that's where the cause of the error is. But before an expansion launch, a reinstall of WoW, delete everything, start again. Always worthwhile doing at the beginning of an expansion. Start, spring clean, start new. I don't care about things like TSM data anymore, so I don't really feel as if I'm missing anything. By completely uninstalling and reinstalling WoW, we'll do that before the launch. OBS might also need a bit of a clean up, a bit of a tidy up, because plugins and stuff get messy, spaghettified after a while. We missed the rants. I don't think there's too much to rant about even, is there? I mean, I'm sure I'll find some in, but I don't think there's too much to rant about. I've got to get some coffee in me. I found myself my first Terry's chocolate orange minis, because I'm ill, so chocolate makes me happy. I was at the dentist yesterday, which was half the reason I didn't get a lot done. Because they put so much flipping numbing stuff in my face that, whoa, that was very loud. Luckily, you guys didn't hear how very loud that was. I need to balance, redo audio settings. She put so much flipping numbing juice in my face that about 13 Mississippis later, she asked me, can I feel this still? And I was like, yeah, I can still feel that still. And so she was like, all right, I better put some more in then. I was like, well, what, hang on. She banged a second bunch in. And then by the time I'd had my filling done, I literally looked like a stroke victim. I came home yesterday and I looked at the wife and I was like, wife, I can't blink. I could only blink with one eye. She put so much numbing juice in my face. Couldn't even blink yesterday. So I was a mess. But safe to say, I didn't feel a thing. So silver linings. No cheap vendors, no lumber farming yet on the beta. It's really weird how they've done the beta so far. I've not been on it much at all. I got my account data copied. I copied a couple of characters over. We will jump on the beta in a bit, assuming everything, stays stable. But the beta seems... Yeah, I was kind of assuming beta to be like a new patch, because when we go into beta, there's a safe assumption that it's basically done and it's now just polishing it. But that doesn't really feel the case with the beta this time round. I have a horrible suspicion that they might just not put cheat vendors on, considering how professions are not really something that they're that heavily fussed in testing. Clearly, cheat vendors were in Dragonflight because, of course, we had the entire new profession system. Cheat vendors were in The War Within because they were adding the Patreon system. They're not really adding anything to the crafting system, so they might not put the cheat vendors in. Would they proactively choose to not let it be thoroughly tested before it goes live? I don't know. Would that be an active decision? I'm not sure. Do I have red hair genes? Not to my knowledge. I don't think anybody in my immediate family has red hair. Probably more blonde than red in my family. My sister's blonde randomly. In more ways than one sometimes, but she's lovely. Bought the Epic Edition for the beta. Redhead people are often more resistant to the painkillers and anesthesia. Oh, I see, okay. No, I don't usually have a problem. It's just the fact that I don't think she let it... She didn't give it more than about 10 seconds for it to work before she was like, can you feel this still? I was like, oh. She's hiding her head deliberately. I haven't yet made sure that everything still works. So I hadn't even double checked that the puppy camera still works. So thanks for that. It definitely does work. Does full camera mode still? Yeah, full camera still works. Where's her brother? We still haven't made that decision yet. We still haven't made that decision. I'm kind of being semi-emotionally blackmailed by myself. One day I think it's a terrible idea getting a fourth dog and it's already chaos right now and I'm already getting nothing done. And then the next day I'm like, but the poor puppy needs a home. And I guilt trip myself into wanting it. So, I don't know. I can't decide. Waiting long enough not to make the decision, hoping somebody else will take him. Well, I was kind of hoping that there'd be a long list out the door waiting to take it. And then it so happens that that clearly hasn't happened. Wait, where's all me stuff? I'll take some sales, mind, but where's all me stuff? Oh, have auctions on this too not expired yet? Oh, I've got 5 minutes until these expire. Oh, well, I'll claim me sales then first. We can help you with the blackmail. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate that. Whoa, that's really loud. I've got audio settings flipping totally doolally. Oh, what do we sell over here? Little leftovers, 22k. Yoink. Oh, see? Well, the dog is, because it would be like 4, nearly 5 months old already. It's already named. Meaning I probably wouldn't change the name of it. Just, you know, because I'm gonna go as far as to hope the original owner has already done good enough. See, you're talking me into it. I haven't even decided if I'm getting this dog yet. But it does already have a name. One that we would also be willing to keep as well. I need to change audio settings before my eardrums explode. Am I overly loud today? I have a sneaky suspicion my Spotify is overly quiet for some reason. Because apparently my audio settings haven't changed. Maybe it's just my monitoring then. I think it's just Spotify is overly quiet. Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at the audio meters in OBS, and everything kind of looks normal. I think it's just my Spotify is overly quiet for some reason. Oh well, we'll add that onto the list of shit to fix. Don't tell chat things. You'll end up with it. I know. I know. It is a touch risky. I will admit. Oh, if everything's not expired yet, let's just do the sniper first then. See if there's any goodies on this realm. Welcome back. No, stop jinxing it, Goldson. This is test mode. This is testing. I've done a full reinstall of Windows, which I'm gonna hope it was some sort of software related. We've got a new power supply. I've literally taken the entire PC apart, put it back together again. So if there was anything, you know, not seeded correctly or anything like that, here's to hoping that it's semi-fixed at least. And I'm absolutely not looking, and I will not be answering any tech support related stuff. I appreciate the thoughts, but I'm not going there today. If the stream works, it works. If it doesn't, I've got another list of things I will try. It's nothing personal. It's just been a headache for a few days already. We grinding again? We're at least making sure we get things listed and keeping things ticking over. Flipping is one of those nice little chill evergreen markets that unless you're trying to flip time sensitive stuff, which I'm really not, it's something I can dip into as and when is needed, which is what I'm doing today. Gives the PC a bit of a stress test. Also gets some gold being, you know, get some turnover on the go. Black tuxedo pants. These are stupid expensive still. The fact that the fact that these are being market manipulated to such a high price is kind of amusing to me. But there's nothing particularly there that intrigues me. What we got going on here? Core Hound Fang shoulder pads. I have no idea what they are, but you don't ask for 6 gold. You put them in the bin if you don't want them. Uncanny gear all over the place. Don't want the rest of that. It's all stinky. My toaster's not working. Please help. How are we doing, Jack? Welcome in. Good morning. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh. No, we don't want those. I actually don't want those. For starters, they're unique, which means even when they're free, I don't want those. Do I have videos of my setup? Not in any great detail, no. It's nothing out the ordinary, though. Well, I guess it's out the ordinary, but it's nothing specialist. It's just you know, 5 separate versions of WoW, carefully positioned. Isn't it because you can't get that version of the pants anymore? No, the black tuxedo pants. It's is it Easter? When is it? Which seasonal event is it that it's a seasonal thing? But because they're just one of the only like purely black sets of trousers, they're kind of oddly desirable all year round. And quite clearly, somebody hoovered them all up and has tried to make bank off them, and to be honest has probably done quite a good job of it. Where's the mailbox here? Why is the mailbox dude in the middle of the floor? Hello? Oh, no. Oh, dear. Are we saved? Oh, shit. Well, that's not good. Hello? Are we dropping frames? We dropped some frames there. Oh, we didn't drop some frames, but my... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. We had a bit of a spot. We had a bit of a wobble there, didn't we? Bit of a wobble. Not sure why we had that. We're still having a bit of a wobble. Still wobbling. Have we crashed? I think my graphics card's having a heart attack. My graphics card's going loopy. It looks clear to me my graphics card it keeps resetting itself. Something is not happy. Look at the weird randomness my graphics card's doing. Look at the weird randomness my graphics card's doing. And now my computer's locked up. Oh god, it's not happy. Something's not happy at all. Okay, how do we fix this when I can't go more than 3 seconds without... Is it chilling now? Right, what I do need to do, first things first, one thing I always do when this starts to do absolutely doolally crazy, rule 1 of PC troubleshooting is never listen to chat suggestions. Yeah, I'm not going to. I've already said I'm not taking chat suggestions right now. It's clearly... Right. Let's take the 4 other accounts offline. I'll fix this in a second, boys and girls. Please hold. Take one offline. DX12 is literally the first thing to turn off. I would also point out that for some reason my OBS is also trying to send just an ungodly amount of data upload, which I don't know why. Which is actually making me think this has got more to do with OBS than anything else. Right, take you offline. Take you offline. And take you offline. Okay. Right. And then we were down to 1. Stream is way sharper than before. I mean, it's not doing anything right now. It's having an absolute heart attack. Even with one account, it's going doolally. Right, there's no reason why it should be anything other than completely chilling now. We should be absolutely coasting now. What I am going to do is turn off DX12. Put us back on DX11, please. Well, we are still not good, are we? No, not in the slightest. Right. Back to the desktop. Back to the desktop. I need to take a little look at something called Twitch Inspector, because I have a feeling Twitch's enhanced broadcast thing is causing chaos. What's the Twitch Inspector website called? That one, I guess. Are all these issues just from a PS use? Well, no, the reason I swapped my power supply unit was because I thought that was part of the cause. I wonder if... I don't know what to try next, and I'm not asking for suggestions here. I know what I do need to try next, but it requires me to not be streaming whilst doing it. Can we maybe just try the beta? Does the beta just by itself just work? If that's the case, we'll just tinker on the beta. Give this a go. Secondhand stress from PC issues, honestly the most infuriating thing. Yeah, when stuff just doesn't work like it should, it is really frustrating, but... Let's see if the beta works, shall we? We can do some beta-related stuff. Place incense under the PC tower, pour salt on your knees and read the Bible backwards to excise the spirits, evil spirits in the PC. Yeah, clearly we just make too much gold, that's the problem. We just made too much gold. We're clearly just getting... We're getting cock-blocked by making too much gold, that's all it is. Alright, let's tinker on the beta for a little bit. I could do with getting a couple of characters. I've copied my account data. Copied a few characters over. What we might need to do, if there is no cheat vendors, and we have no guarantee that there is going to be cheat vendors, I might poke Blizzard and go, oi, cheat vendors. We might somewhat need to play the game naturally. By that I mean we might need to play the beta in semi-self-sufficient mode. Meaning that we do our own herbing, we do our own mining, we do our own material gathering. It's certainly going to be a good way to feel how professions level up, how they feel, if there's any bottlenecks. Maybe we could boost you with mats, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily ask too much of others to support that. It is only beta after all. But it might have to be the option. Did you see the midnight login screen on Reddit with the hands? Yeah, of course I did, yeah. Yeah, you've got to be old and you've got to have lived on the internet to understand that meme, but weirdly, I did think the same before I even saw the meme. I laughed for a few good minutes.
I answer to the light.
Actually, what we should do... What we should do is put some buttons on our bars. Because apparently we don't have any buttons. Aspect of the cheater is one of them. Fetch is one of them. Primal Rage is one of them. Turtle is one of them. Nobody cares about Flare. Survival of the Fittest is one of them. Call Pet. Who do we want to use? Do you? Freezing Trap. I don't bother using traps. I hate traps. I love hunters, but I hate the traps. Even when they do more DPS, I choose to ignore them. Exhilaration is one of those. Pet utility, we're going to need a mend pet, and we're going to need a pet revive. Feign Death goes on F. Play Dead. Do I have a keybind for Play Dead? Shift? No. Have I never had a keybind for Shift Play Dead? Probably not. Barb Shot is 3. Eyes of the Beast we don't bother using. Bestial Wrath is Shift 3. Wild Thrash is now 2. Cobra Shot is 1, and that is all our buttons. That is all our buttons. Pretty naked, to be honest. Pretty naked. Recuperate might be worth putting on our bars, just because, What gear have we got? Item level 148. Feign Death IRL.
Is that your
I feel like Death IRL. Loot Fever with a 10, thank you very much. Oh, drops are on as well, I've just realised. Drops should be on. I haven't got a little thing on the screen for them, nor have I put them in the title or anything, but drops should also be on, by the way. Those who haven't already got it. I'm sure most of you probably have got them over the last few days anyway. Weren't cheap vendors immediately available in the War Within beta? Yeah, they were. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I don't know what the thoughts are. I don't know what I mean, the reality is that the team of people who are dealing with this are probably completely different to the team that have been dealing with it in the past. But I'd Yeah, I mean, I'll probably poke Blizzard and go, oi, I can't test professions properly without these cheat vendors. But
I am the blade of the light.
we'll see.
Al Diel Shalah.
What I do need to do is let's get rid of all of this rubbish. So that we only have quests that are new to the expansion. Don't want to get bombarded by dumb shit that we don't care about. It's usually an easy way to do this, but we're not using any add-ons or anything at the moment. We need the neighborhood one. Beta's more busy than retail. It probably is. I bet there's going to be so many people that just live on the flipping beta for the tinkering with housing. It's got to be a thing, right? Surely. Are we relatively safe in saying that the stream is like a bit more stable now? We've only got the one client open. It seems to be, doesn't it? We haven't had any hiccups in the last couple of minutes. Not that I've been moving much or doing much. But we seem solid. What I can do is put the camera in a slightly more organised position on the beta. No issues since we logged on to beta, yeah. Well, we'll have to live with that annoying head in the corner. He tends to be here a lot. Or less than a lot in the last few days, but let's put a long boy.
How you doing, man?
Get rid of half of this rubbish. Where's the bank? Dump all of the stuff in the bank.
What's shaking?
I love how I've got German bag names in my bank. A lot of random rubbish in here for some reason. Don't know why I've got a lot of random rubbish in here, but let's
Inventory is full.
What? Right, there we go.
Go get him, champ.
And actually leaving that there causes people to have an aneurysm. But whatever. Okay. We are ready to maybe do... Do we need any... Even my mouse sensitivity feels off. Are we F'd again? Wait, no. No. What? F saved? Did we have a hiccups? Oh god, did we have more hiccups? Which doesn't seem to state that we haven't had a hiccup. I don't know, maybe it was just your side. Here's a question then for Team Germany. Why do all of your phrases have sausages in them? Why do all of your phrases have sausages? I'm not particularly savvy with the German language, unfortunately. Luckily for me, my ancestors did a good enough job, but it's weird to me that all German phrases seem to have something sausage related. Did you also see that TikTok? I might have done. I do spend a lot of time on TikTok. Depends what kind of German content you view. Well, there was
Anaria
definitely
Shah.
sausage in some of it, yeah. That's for sure. A lot of playing hide the sausage as well.
Remain vigilant. Fight
Right,
well.
let's start midnight. A voice for the light. This was this was weird. This was bugged, wasn't it? This first quest was bugged for Alliance the other day,
Even
which I
with
thought was quite funny.
reinforcements, we cannot hold back the devouring host for long. Make haste, champion.
Do we just like basically play beta like it's live now? I think we kind of do, don't we? I think we just have to treat beta like it's just midnight has launched and off we go. Holy flashbang. Yes. Sorry. Definite holy flashbang. Thank you very much for the hype train though, boys and girls. I appreciate that this morning. Snoozing.
Evacuating the civilians must take priority.
40 FPS.
No,
40
we need to
FPS.
focus on launching a counterattack.
Can we get at least 60, please? Apparently not.
Pleasantries can wait. Remain vigilant.
Did you see the new Haranir passives? It'll be good for gathering and moving around the world. I haven't, no. Educate me.
Fight well.
Educate me.
We prayed for a miracle, and the vanguard of light answered the call. But the battle yet rages on.
Lemix was refreshing to play, never went under 200 FPS. I did notice actually that Remix had pretty solid FPS numbers.
Our forces are scattered. The devouring host will overwhelm us.
I don't know how they managed to do that
Anaria Shah.
when they can't do that in live.
Remain vigilant.
Another of the light's chosen champions.
I wonder if these are going to have proper these look to have had updated proper itemization on them now.
Darkness that will not flee before
First time I
light.
played through this little
Do
intro
not let
thing,
this evil shape
like the
champion
gear you got
find
was just
Eretor.
totally
Rally the
pointless.
vanguard and prepare an assault.
Oh, can we not
Sun
fly
must
here?
remain to
Apparently
guard
not.
the Sunwell. If it falls, all is lost.
So what do these Haranir passives do? Each expansion's getting more and more demanding hardware-wise. Maybe that's the case. The actual game audio is louder than Spotify now. Not sure if that's how I
Let's
want
make
it.
sweet, sweet profit together.
Let me fix some. It's a bit jarring, isn't it, having the game audio be quite so loud and the music be quiet. Although I've deliberately put wob wob music on today because I don't feel great. Oh, turn that down for a start. Kev with 5 months, my man. Thank you very much. Good morning to you. I hope you're feeling better than I am right now. But the subs, the support, the love has been helpful this morning. Thank you. How's the lag? Well, I'm not deep into it enough to notice the lag, but some people were saying this little intro thing was borderline unplayable the other day. This is the first time I've logged on to the beta properly. I've not had anywhere near as much free time as I'd have liked in the last few days, for various reasons.
Champion, over here.
Light bless you. Do not give.
Let's find the rest of the Vanguard. The High Exarch hates to be disappointed.
Missing reagent. Ah, boo. Clicking complete quest yesterday and it kept failing, so I gave up. Weirdly, and I can't tell you why this would be, but Alliance characters were having nightmarish problems with that. Whereas Horde were just like, yeah, we'll just play the game. I don't know what was causing that, but it was surprising to like passively watch what was going on beta launch though. Just think, every single person playing beta has not only pre-ordered but pre-ordered the Epic Edition. Just think that there was a queue to log into servers just with the people that buy Epic Edition. So when people wonder if people actually spend the money on the Epic Edition, I think your answer's pretty clear at this point. That servers weren't able to handle the influx of players to a beta. A paid access beta as well, nonetheless. You got games like Battlefield that can come out and do like record numbers on a beta, but because it's free on Steam and it's hype. Crashing servers on a paid access beta is actually wild, by the way. Some of us got beta for being super cool alpha havers, also bought Epic Edition. True, and that. I'm in the NA creator Discord, as you know, Stephanie, and because of this, I need to get myself into the EU one, because I didn't get any giveaway keys, because I do not reside in NA, even though I'm in the NA creator Discord. I need to get into the EU one. Because I also believe some creators get a free copy of the game as well. What, Discord? Oh yes, what Discord? Who we chatting to over here? Let's just say I only paid for one of my Epic Editions. Yeah. Well, I don't pay for any of them, but a free one from Blizz would have been nice, considering I might need multiple. But I'm not complaining. Grab two more dudes. Can you not mount up at all out here? You have not collected this mount. How the fucking hell does that work? I was on it a minute ago. Okay. I was literally on that mount a minute ago. Who are we saving? This dude. Now we're in beta, you know, it might actually be time to start paying attention to what any of this story actually is. I did this whole thing a few times on the alpha, but I deliberately tried to not pay that much attention to what was going on, because I didn't really want to spoil the story so much. I just wanted to, like, you know, get places and see if it worked.
Will shield the land of my ancestors. Don't give in to fear.
They don't let me use Battle.net balance for collector's editions anymore. Oh, true. Yeah. I've never been one for the collector's editions anyway. I don't own a single one of them. I am weirdly one of the weakest super fans of a game I've played for 20 years. Never been to a BlizzCon, have no real intention of going to a BlizzCon, never bought a collector's edition. Don't even pay for the game. I get it all for free just by proxy of playing it a lot. I don't particularly like the Blizzard merch all that much, and although if they did a green Murloc hoodie, I'd be all over that like a rash.
Fight back while we have
I'm
the
like
chance.
both a super fan by playing the game for 20 years, but also super duper mega casual fan at the same time.
Come on, champion. Let's clear a path for the survivors.
That said, I have carved out a mini career playing the game at the same time, so maybe that's quite that's quite super fanish. You're gonna redo it again anyway, so no need to pay attention. That's true. But when the game goes live, you got to remember that it's just absolutely gigazug mode when the game goes live. Will be an early. The next time I do this like properly will probably be in early access. And during early access, it is absolute go mode. You are not waiting around reading flipping quests in early access. You're like me, but with more hair. I mean, I'm getting there. My hairline's going back in time faster than UK politics, to be honest. I'm a grade A shill. I've even been defending Hearthstale. I mean, that's quite the position to take. That's where we will have our differences for sure. But I can see the arguments from both sides, even though I am firmly on one side.
Time is of the essence.
How was that 3 people? Ah, there was 2 kiddies lurking in a bush. Okay. I tell you what, at least rolling through here this time, on the pre-made characters we had in the alpha, you had, I want to say item level 80 pre-made characters, which made this whole thing an absolute grind fest. I'm kind of glad to be able to turn up in like 150 item level gear. I don't get the argument around transaction fees on Battle.net balance. It's not real money once you paid to buy it from Blizzard. This is the legality of all of this, right? These companies are both allowed to call it a virtual currency, whilst simultaneously not having to follow any of the real world standard currency rules and regulations, which is pretty much reason 1 of why they do it. Other than the fact it can obfuscate the amount that you're actually spending at any one time in order to incentivize you to spend more. But the number 1 reason is if they turn real currency into a virtual currency, then all of a sudden rules and regulations don't apply to it, and they can use it, you know, they can get away with flipping all sorts of shenanigans. Until next year when the new EU laws come in. Well, hopefully. Hopefully, I'm all for authorities stepping in and telling these companies they're taking the piss. Spend less on avocado toast, get your Hearthstale. Yeah. Let me be super clear here. I don't really have any sort of negativity towards people that take their credit card out and swipe all day long. Like, it's your money. You do whatever the hell you want with it. My blame is securely focused on Blizzard's and other companies' shady use of psychology to extract people for more money than they want. I mean, if you buy store mounts and you swipe and you buy tokens to get your gold and all of this sort of stuff, I've got no objection to you whatsoever. It's your money, you do as you please. But the decision and the choice to how and when to spend your money should be yours and yours alone.
Allow the light to be your guide.
Where are we going? Oh, I'm going totally the wrong way. We're going this way. The expectation of multiple purchases of the same item is so shameless.
The evacuating ships are under attack.
Well, they've already said, haven't they, that if you buy something, there will be multiple vendors in the game that will then allow you to repurchase said item with an in-game currency. But that doesn't take away the fact that, you know, on something like a chair, they'll probably allow you to buy 8 chairs off the store if you want to buy 8 chairs off the store, rather than enforcing you buy 1 chair off the store and then you must buy the other 7 with gold or something. Let me remind you, as a WoW partner, you should be on their side. I mean, that's one of the major advantages for me of being a WoW partner, is I kind of feel as if I don't have to be on their side. I think, you know, Blizzard are progressive enough of a company to understand that a lot of their creators, and actually that interview that Ian did recently sort of highlights this quite nicely, where he stated that, you know, back in the day, before social media was so big, yet Blizzard and World of Warcraft was more in its infancy, when you were to ask a player, like in the early days of BlizzCon, what their favourite aspect of the game was, or what's something they would change in the game, given the choice, the responses were often very varied. So says Ian. Yet these days, he says, less so, because most people end up parroting their favourite content creators' opinions more so than anything else. And so, with this understanding, I kind of think that being a WoW partner actually gives me just as much leeway for criticism. I don't have to be, like, full shill Andy, because it can work 2 ways, right? My initial criticism can often be, you know, a general consensus I can bundle up and then maybe push it somewhere where it might actually get heard, you know?
The civilians escaped the devouring.
Aurelian forgets that victory means nothing if it costs us everything in return.
Want 6 chairs, make 6 purchases from the store. Like I said, if it's, I mean, at the end of the day, it's your money. You spend it however you like. If you want to buy 6 chairs instead of grinding out gold in game, or to buy, you know, 5 chairs and 1 from the store, then that's up to you. But what I don't agree with is when Blizzard then, you know, is going to Blizzard are going to try and smooth the process out to make you buy those 6 chairs without even thinking or realizing there's an alternative. And secondly, they'll do it in a way that sort of blindsides you to the cost by using a middleman currency, which is unnecessary. You could say, chair, €2, and then somebody knows what €2 is to them, and they get to decide if they spend €2 or not. They make you spend €10 first, and then sell you chairs for an imaginary, you know, or a disproportionate number of a virtual currency. There's no point in the middleman. There's no point in the middleman currency. It's only done to make companies more money. And it means they don't have to offer you the same bioprotection.
Good day to you. Steady travels.
But anyway. Gonna need more alts. I still haven't finished. I'm not done with Remix. My life's schedule in the last couple of weeks has been so broken, and I absolutely hate it. I really need to get back into some sort of rhythm and routine. Absolutely hate it. Because I'm still not done with Remix. I still want to level a few more teams of characters on Remix, because I've not done really much of that at all. We're not far off the point in Remix where we can look at Remix and go, you know what, let's just bang out. Yeah, is it? I've lost track at this point. Is it next Wednesday we get another phase again? It's every alternative Wednesday, isn't it? But I can't remember which one's happening when and where. I might just ignore Remix at this point until we get to the point where everything is available, and then we can go like straight right. Let's get Remix completed. Let's get all of the goodies. Let's extract everything that we want from it, and then we can put it to bed. Because I definitely want to put Remix to bed, sort of before housing comes out, and especially before Christmas. I don't want to be juggling 3 versions of the game, to be honest. I'm just I'm just not that good at multitasking. I can barely talk to you guys and play the game at the same time, never mind juggle 3 copies of the game. I know I say that whilst multi-boxing most days, but that's different. Just hit 550 verse, cleared a 50 plus. Nice. You're probably twice as far ahead as me then. I think I'm on like 250 verse or something. But I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I went pretty ham in the first couple of weeks, and then for the most part put it down since. Plus or minus a day here or there. I know there's some people out there that are pushing for 999 verse, and whilst I think it'd be kind of cool, also there's the feat of strength and stuff that comes with it, but I knew that my schedule was going to get too busy to... Because that's just a time sink activity, isn't it? There's nothing super necessary in doing that. August next week, 3 weeks, we overload the weapons and get the decor vendors. Yeah, when the decor vendors turn up, that's probably a good time to take a little bit of a look back in there again, isn't it? Get out everything that you need from it, need or want from it. These etched scrolls do anything now. Oh, they do. Magical damage reduced by 15%. They didn't work on the last time I did this. I wonder if the treasures actually have anything in them now. I wonder if artisans cache. Should we see if these artisans caches have anything in them now? These also didn't have a loot table last time I checked. A couple of greys and some greens. Oh, okay, so they might have put some in them at least. Where is it? Lots of people are doing free Mythic Plus 40-50 carries now. I mean, that's nice. That's something you want to see. And if anything, if you are kind of looking to push 999 verse, that's the way to do it, you know. Do it and get some... Oh, 1 copper. Okay, lol. Do it and get some feel-good factor out of it as well, you know. Be a good guy. You know, if you've spent an unhealthy amount of time in Remix and like super Giga Chad mode, then just, you know, if you're gonna spam dungeons, bring some people with you. There are plenty of people out there that don't want boosts and don't want to, you know, want to do things naturally their own way, but they also then don't need to join your groups. If you put custom groups together, you can be the good guy. Honestly, I wish we had the shop items available right now. My house could use a roof gnome. Haven't they made I saw somebody posting the other day, and I haven't fact checked this, so I can't say for certain. But aren't the only garden gnomes available through the store? I mean, I'm not going to go on. I'm not going to go off the deep end on that until I fact checked it. That's a hard phrase to say, fact check. But that's the kind of thing that I would naturally object to about the store. You know, when they put something that's unique and clearly going to be, you know, given the choice, something that people would put in their garden. I often think that that's the kind of thing that shouldn't be in the store. Torture rack. I've already seen some pretty fantastic player housing things. Who saw that? Who saw that one on Reddit the other day, or maybe even yesterday? Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. It was in r/wow, and it didn't actually. Oh yeah. Oh, it's it's literally the first post. Literally the first post on r/wow. Who saw this one? But first 5 minutes in the housing zone. I thought that's genius. Actual genius. It's always going to happen. Always going to happen. You expect any less? You are naive to say the best. Ah, here's the last one we need. PPU. Lies, that'll have taken a lot longer than 5 minutes. Somebody put some careful planning into that one.
You broke formation. Be the light that darkness fears.
It's interesting to see actually how all brain. I've had brain thoughts. I've had brain thoughts. Have they scaled these properly? Oh, they have scaled these, look. I wonder how this works, taking these back into... leather. Interesting. I was wondering if this was going to be a thing. You know how our War Within tools, when you took them back into Dragonflight Professions, they were like busted OP? That might not be quite so the same now that we've had a squish. Dragon Isles, you know, we're still looking at like 30% resourcefulness, which is, with a fully resourcefulness setup, what you'd expect. Not like 50, 60, 70%. Now, that's not to say that you are new ones, new midnight versions of these won't end up with so many stats on them that they completely trivialize Khazalgar and Dragon Isle stuff, but okay.
I am the blade of the light. Fight well. We cannot allow these ethereals to pillage our sacred artifacts.
Weapons collected and forces slain. Kill things then. Alright, we can do kill things. Something's happening in here. Wait, hold up. Where's the DPS meter? Have they not activated the DPS meter on the beta yet? Is it still... Is DPS meter still not... Is it still not on? Or is it something you got to turn on? I am so lost with everything that's going on with this testing phase. I feel real bad. This is meant to be my this is kind of meant to be my area of expertise. Options, gameplay enhancements. Here we go. Boss warnings, cooldown managers. Okay. Oh, it's in edit mode. Damage meter. Does it only show in combat by default? Let's find out in a minute, won't we? No other weapon in here? Go up a bit more. What was that? Stained headguard, grey item. Grey item with appearances. Grey item appearances. Do we think that they're going to stay grey, or do we think that they're actually going to be made into BOEs? Oh, not used to the latency. Oh, that disengage wasn't very good, was it? Oh, okay. DPS meter doesn't show up. Let's try change some options for it then. Edit mode, damage meter. Visibility, always. Default or thin. I like the default one actually, big chunky bars. It doesn't seem to work though, does it? It still doesn't seem to work. I know this is all already kind of feeling like rehashing old topics a little bit here, but I'm growingly concerned for just how so few of Blizzard's official add-ons are properly implemented yet. Considering we're going to quite soon hit a point where add-on devs are, you know, in essence not going to be able to offer their own alternatives. Yeah, Blizzard official variations aren't even properly implemented yet. I'm strongly of the opinion that there should have been at least a patch, if not an entire expansion crossover period. Because let's not forget, add-ons like Details didn't turn up overnight either. What was the popular damage meter before Details? Details has only been the #1 for a while, hasn't it? There was, oh Jesus, I can't remember its name. Yeah, Recount, yeah. So I mean, it goes to show that these add-ons have, you know, taken years and years and years to come to the point where they are at today. Blizzard expects to turn up on day one and just produce something that's good enough is kind of has been a bit of a concern of mine since the beginning, but at the end of the day, as harsh as it sounds, it's Blizzard's game. They can do with it as they please, but if I had any say in the situation, it's definitely not the way I'd have suggested doing it. You were using recount while SCADA was available. You didn't give a shit about accuracy or resources. But this is it. Like, over years, like, you know, there was a few different variations of the damage meter, and yeah, there was pros and cons to them. I don't know. I've seen how Blizzard do things for long enough to... This stinks to me of one of those kind of Blizzard arrogancy moments where they're like, oh yeah, we can do the best job of that. And then they'll implement something and the community will turn around and tell them that it's shit. And then they'll be like, but we're Blizzard. And it'll be like, yeah, fuck off. We didn't ask you to get rid of our add-on, like our favorite add-ons in the first place. That was a you thing. I don't know. I just really hope that they don't balls things up too monumentally by kicking add-on authors out before they've even properly implemented their own equivalents. Have faith, Manthius. Have faith.
I answer to the light.
I don't want any of these.
The Vanguard is here to protect. There is no darkness that will not... Vanguard of the Light, with me! Push these invaders back to the void that spawned them! For the light!
So we'll not have DPS meter at the start. What's the big deal? I play without DPS meters since Dragonflight. I mean, yeah, a lot of people do choose to play without DPS meters, but it's, you know, if you are pushing for self-improvement, like, and this is the thing, that there's a sense of irony in all of this for me, that we've had like target dummies in the game literally since the game existed. We've had target dummies in the game for you to be able to practice your rotation on and figure out what your buttons do and in what order you should be doing them. But you might as well have done it with your eyes closed, because without the addition of an add-on, you've got no way to quantify whether doing one rotation is any better or worse than doing another rotation. It's literally your tool for measurement. You know, it's like trying to do any sort of woodworking or carpentry without a tape measure. You can eyeball it, but the end product's going to be pretty shit. It's, I mean, if you don't, you know, if you're not pushing for that self-improvement, then there's no need to use the tools, but for a lot of people, being able to quantify within any duration of time what happened, you know, data is king, you know. Why do we use add-ons like Trade School Master? Why do we use add-ons like Craft Sim? Why do we use add-ons like, you know, name any other add-on? It's all to help improve and quantify and determine what's working and what's not.
Pleasantries can wait.
Just count the damage numbers. Yeah, count those 7-digit numbers quickly in your head.
Remain vigilant. Terralion, we must regroup at the Sunwell before it's too late.
Damn it all! Vanguard, fall back!
We just run straight here. I think we can. Some dude on our ass. Get off our ass.
Mount up! Retreat to the Sunwell!
To the Sunwell. We're off.
We made it.
Holy shit, there's over 100 of you here. Welcome in, boys and girls.
Terralion is rallying the survivors to the Sunwell Chamber. We will beseech the light to help us push back the devouring host. The Sunwell
I'm glad we managed to smooth out
happen again.
glitchy issues. I'm starting to wonder if I need, more so than anything else, to do a full uninstall of WoW and reinstall everything. Like a hard delete, start again. Most normal players probably wouldn't need to do anything like this, but I think running 5 accounts simultaneously with a, you know, messy install of WoW might be part of my problems, because I absolutely shouldn't have the issues I have, and I'm at a point where I've nearly excluded every other possibility other than just having a messy install of WoW. A fresh install might fix things. Weirdly looking forward to doing that, a fresh install, start again. It's good practice to, I mean, obviously you can save your add-ons folder and whatever if you want to make sure you still maintain all of that business, and in fact I recommend most people do. But when a new expansions are, you know, round the corner, especially with the reality check that some of us will have to deal with significantly less add-ons than we've been used to in the past, Midnight might actually be a really good time to just uninstall everything and just start from afresh. Start from zero, only add on tools and add-ons that you then actually really do feel you need. And some people might surprise themselves. Right, repel forces. There's nothing to repel. Everybody's dead. We just nuke a few of you if everybody's... Oh, okay. You've definitely had your health pools shrunk. I don't know what changes they've made to the nameplates, but I like them. The fact that the full name of the mob fits in the bar now. Mwah! Muy caliente. Now, I would also point out I play in 4K, so it does mean that the nameplates are still really nice and sharp for me. I don't know how this would work in 1080p. And I also don't know how they're going to look on stream, to be honest. I've actually been slightly concerned for a while that all the text on stream is probably illegible. But until Twitch let me stream in 4K, there's not much I can do about that. Text is fine. I also know that, you know, if you have the stream in the default Twitch browser, you're only getting like 70% resolution in the first place. Bit small. Yeah, I'm quite sure it will be pretty small. I just need to decide if there's a happy medium here or whether I just don't worry about it. On top of that, I've also had many people turn around and tell me that they don't even have the video of the stream up. You know, I'm just in another tab somewhere, which is fine by me. I have no objections with being people's podcast.
I need to target something first. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
4%. 94. Okay, these seem to be worth 10% to go. Okay. Oh, now we have to go kill you. Why can't we kill you as part of the 100%? That would make more sense to me. Text size is one of my problems after the add-on purge. I naturally sway towards much preferring all the text to be much smaller. I have my default UI scaling set to like the smallest it goes. And if I'm brutally honest, I would much prefer my UI to be even smaller than it is right now. Because I think I've got it. Oh, okay. Oh, actually putting the scale down to 65 only made things bigger, not smaller. I genuinely would happily have all my UI even smaller than I have currently. But this is mostly because I sit this far from a 32-inch screen. I feel as if I have the real estate to have all of the shit I don't really care, you know, all my buttons and quests and stuff as small and as to the side as possible. It just doesn't help much for then, you know, a stream perspective.
The vanguard of the light will need
Right, have we unlocked Stormwind now? Looks like we have.
I have consulted with the others.
All the people that use Elf UI are going to be in for a bit of a system shock. Yeah. It's, yeah, there will be system shock. There will be a bit of a reality check for some. Which is why I'm kind of glad that I play the game for the most part with what I believe to be a very modest selection of add-ons. You know, my weak aura selection has always been very minimal. Oh, we got full proper maps now. Hello. Oh, she's beautiful. We got a proper Silvermoon map now. Ooh, fancy. We've surpassed beta alpha map mode. Nice. Nice. I didn't bother doing any of the side quests or thing. I only did the campaign on the alpha. But there's part of me that wonders how much of these side quests might lead to something interesting profession-wise. It probably won't, but there's only one way to find out, isn't there really? Lore mastering Midnight on the beta though does feel a little bit like, ooh god, do I really want to do that? Have they fixed these stairs yet as well? Have they fixed these stairs? Hey, they fixed the stairs. You don't glitch through these stairs anymore. Right, jewel crafting.
We endure.
Midnight jewel crafting. World first.
May the eternal sun guide you.
New recipe learned quality? Sure. Leatherworking. It should be here. Where's the trainer? Unknown. Wakey wakey fellas.
Glory to the Sindorai. Shorel Aran.
This is one thing I did want to check. Do you give me the quest straight away? You do. But this goodie bag doesn't contain Moxie like it did in The War Within. I have a suspicion, and I still don't really have much clarification on any of this, but I do think the speed in which you will get your professions up and running in Midnight is going to be much slower than what we were able to achieve in The War Within. One, no shuffle. No shuffle equally means very deterministic amount of moxie for each of your professions, which gives Blizzard the ability to control it a little bit more. This might also then, in turn, have a bit of an impact on how much knowledge points you can obtain as well. Because I've simultaneously not found, unless Leandrol has been updated, knowledge point books. They might be somewhere, but I've not seen a big 10, 20, 30 knowledge points via Moxie that's achievable so far. These are all of the recipes you might want to buy with your Moxie, but none of this is like, here, have 10 knowledge points.
We will have justice.
So your early acquisition of knowledge points could very heavily be controlled by first-time crafts and unlocking new recipes, and whatever activities we then get pushed into doing on a weekly basis, e.g. crafting orders.
Are one of a kind. Treat my wares
So, yeah. Obviously, there is clear as day still things to be added, but my suspicion is already relatively strong that the speed in which you can play with your professions is going to be much more controlled this time around. Oh, okay, that's cool. Patron orders are in, though. Patron orders are in. These were not active on the alpha. Patron orders straight up. Some, none, some, none. Any new fancy? Providing high quality materials. Providing high quality materials, not providing the infused heliotrope, which is your bloodstone. Flickers. Doesn't feel then as if there's any requirement for... Wait, hang on. Requires midnight inscription. Flawless text scrutinizers. Oh, yeah, that's the item, isn't it? Not to do the order, Dumbo. Flicker of midnight dawn crafting knowledge. Well, they're clearly keeping the same flicker and glimmer system in place.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Okay. Utilizing high quality mats here has given us a bunch of skill towards the... Okay, yeah, sure. Muppet with the 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Many appreciates. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're feeling better than I am, because I'm feeling rough. But some fantastic use of some Bezo bucks is appreciated. I'm going to lose my shit with Blizzard. I can't farm Essence of Water in open world farms, and there's no real alternative in dungeons for it. I'm willing to donate a big chunk of money if you can get some feedback to Blizzard. Well, Essence of Water will just go up in... Like, there is never ever not something existing. It just means it's going to be more expensive. It just means the supply and demand changes, which means the value of it will go up from what it has been historically. The easy answer to all of this is just stop farming shit. You're genuinely 100% wasting your time more often than not farming stuff. If it's available on the auction house, there's no reason. The only things you should farm for are bind-on pickup reagents, in my opinion. if you could only level a few professions before housing, what would you go with? To use the word few in its literal term as to mean 3 or more, I'm going to assume you're looking at a couple of characters. There's a relatively even distribution of housing across most of the professions, but you probably would want at least alchemy or inscription in there somewhere, because they make the inks. The dyes, sorry. But on top of those, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. Inscription seems to be playing quite a big part in housing-y related stuff. But like I said, it's a relatively even distribution on the housing stuff, I think. Yeah, the tips capping out at 103 gold over here. Although it does come with an augment rune. Crystallized augment rune. I wonder if they're going to update the augment runes. Or whether... I mean, 6 agility isn't getting anybody excited, is it? That's like 1%. That's 1% agility. It's a 1% agi buff. Maybe there's going to be a new version of that turn up at some point. The icon for glimmering gem dust also seems to be updated. Dusk shrouded stone has also had an updated icon. So there's definitely been some, between alpha and beta, there's been some movement forward with professions. Patron orders have been activated, some icons have been updated. It does make me wonder if going through them, a bit of a spin through them might be... Oh! The categorization of jewel crafting, at least, has also been updated. Somewhat. Does that mean they've updated all of these to actually, like, work properly now? This is interesting, by the way. I don't know whether this is deliberate or whether this is, I don't know if it's deliberate or I don't know if it's, just still placeholdery. But all of the midnight profession equipment needs level 81 to use. Which will be a monster of an annoyance to the alt army crew. Now, getting 1 level is not going to be that difficult, but if you're trying to do it on an... If all of your alt army needs to be 81 all of a sudden, people will start crying. So you get XP from first-time crafts. I mean, you do, yeah, but you're probably not going to get enough first-time crafts to get a full level. The concept really is that you would want to just, on a level 80 character, turn up, level profession, buy profession tools and accessories and get going. Even that 1 level requirement is just kind of one of those small... Like I said, it seems like a small... Oh, I just need 1 level. But if you need 1 level on every single one of your characters, that's annoying. Okay, Majestic Hide has a new icon. Infused Scale Woven Hide has a new icon. New icons all over the place. You sure first-time crafts are giving experience? Well, they did on the alpha. I've not tested it since we've gone into beta mode, but they did on the alpha. But yes, I should also clarify that now we're in beta mode, it's worth testing everything again. Welcome in, Dan, by the way. Good morning. I hope I don't interrupt too much of your B-roll today. What item do you think will be mass crafting and then disenchanting for the green quality dust? Have you seen any candidates yet? Surprisingly, no. I do have early thoughts on enchanting, that there could both be a bit of a shortage on dust and also a shortage on crystals. Shards will be rolling in because there's blue gear all over the place. All of the basic leveling sets are blue, or rare, meaning there'll be shards all over the place. But if Blizzard accidentally repeat history with enchanting, being that they push the game live without putting a shatter for shards in, there'll be flipping no greens to disenchant after the first week when everybody stops leveling. Yeah, blacksmithing hammers became a popular one at the beginning of the War Within until they added the shatter in. Yet there doesn't, at least so far, seem to be a strong candidate for anything like that. Because even the basic profession tools don't seem to be completely free. Certainly not cheap enough that you might consider breaking them down for dust, en masse at least, anyway. You've been in the background of the last hour of it. Oh dear. I feel for you when you have to edit all of this. It's bad enough listening to me once, never mind twice. Mr. K-Chat, my man, with the 12 months. Happy birthday. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. Are you not live today? I thought you'd have been streaming right now as well. Oh, you're starting soon, I see. I see. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what would become a candidate for like mass disenchanting. Because all the leveling gear being rare means that's out the window straight away. The only real green items that we produce are like entry-level profession stuff. But I haven't found a great candidate for them. This is vendor mats plus 1 rare hide. I put the word rare in inverted commas there because if people end up skinning, herbing and mining in order to get moats, because moats end up being the bottleneck and moats end up being expensive, we'll see another scenario much like we saw in the War Within, meaning the rare stuff isn't actually consumed anywhere near enough to make it particularly rare. 30 to 40, just arguably quite large quantities of materials throughout on all of these. So leatherworking doesn't have a strong candidate. Can I now just maybe I need to do a few more bits and pieces. I want to figure out exactly the point where I get the skip for the intro quest, because I really don't want to have to do that on 15 million characters. Now I'm in Stormwind. Is that technically enough? Let's do the Silver Moon negotiations thing, because we might need 1 or 2 more quests before we get a skip for all our alps.
That isn't your decision to make.
Putting all alts to above item level 700 at the moment, going into midnight, 26 80s to make things easier. And welcome in, Robin, by the way. Pre-patch might bring some quick and easy way to get 700 plus gear. Is pre-patch not going to end up dishing out like champion level gear to everybody, I'd imagine? Leatherworking gear should work, as leather prices will be in the dirt without thaumaturgy. I don't know what your thoughts on this, Mr. K-Chak, are, but I'm already thinking that the markets are going to work very, very, very similar to how they did in Dragonflight. Meaning, yes, basic herbs, basic ore, basic skinning mats, I think could be in the bin real fast. Real fast. because I tend to think everybody will be out there farming moats. Meaning your ore, your leather, your herbs will end up being a byproduct of just farming for the moats. Because moats feel as if they're acting in a similar way as Rousings and Awakened did from back in Dragonflight. You don't meet the requirements for that quest. Hello. Oh, I didn't choose a reward.
Silvermoon will know prosperity again. I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
Skip conversation. I expect you to sort things
The might
out.
of the
Yes.
Sunwell be with you. The rebuilding continues. Aldiel shall I.
Now, obviously, the first month of an expansion is absolutely bananas for prices on things anyway. But without
I'll speak to the Vanguard.
without thematurgy, we are back in the theory of that things might crash incredibly quickly compared to what people were used to from the last expansion. Is that a incomplete book of sonnets? Requires booklet of sonnets. Is that a quest? Or is that one of the profession treasures? What are you? Requires booklet of sonnets to pick up. Okay, I need to figure out what the Christ that means. That was merely a small distraction to whatever I'm trying to do anyway. Let's get this quest done, Paved in Ash.
Glory to the Sindora.
Hello, Flight Master. The Alliance will be staying here temporarily. They need transportation.
Enjoy that surge from the
Good for
sun
them.
Set off the Dragonhawks. They know when there's danger. I've never seen them this unnerved. If the animals are this affected, what about the rest of Eversong?
Ooh, what are you? Messenger. Oh, Void Elf, unlocking Void Elf Demon Hunters. Completing this quest line will unlock the ability to create a Void Elf Demon Hunter. Probably grab that then, even though I'm not doing that straight away.
Where do you wish to travel? May that burst of energy from the Sunwell, it was more powerful than any magic I've ever encountered.
How are we doing, Sensi? Welcome in.
I'm well practiced. They say that army protects.
Where did all my buttons go? Yeah, I had all my buttons purged as well.
I don't understand what they meddle with.
Not only off my bars, but also from in here. If you, the sheer lack of buttons is going to be a surprise to some people. Bank is down here.
Sinu Amanore. A new The last I saw shadows descend on Quel'Danas, Arthas marched on our kingdom with his army of Scourge. Now another army marches in our streets, saying they're here for our
Kin with
protection.
you.
Are you certain of that?
You have already taken
What we
so
still
many
missing?
of my Blood Knights to empower the Sunwell. Quel'Thalas is largely undefended.
And I am telling you that it is still not enough. Only by the faith of our forces is the Sunwell holding back.
Going on over this way. Innkeeper. Is it worth at this point changing Hearthstone location? Probably is, isn't it? I'm not going to need to go back to Dornagal very frequently. We will switch home location. Hey, cooking trainer.
One of a kind.
Cooking trainer exists.
May my goods serve you well.
Cooking spirits, vendor mat, tavern fixings. Okay, interesting.
Treat my wares with care.
Should we have a cheeky little look at cooking while we're here? Why not? You think cooking follows a similar path? Starter meals. Multiple serving system again. Number of servings will depend on the cooking skill. Zug to 100 skill becomes quite important if you want to be competitive with cooking. Anything less than 100 is not acceptable. We then move into intermediates, pouches of spices. What's this little plus symbol meaning? Vendor reagents, tavern fixings, then fillets, the fishes. That an indication that... What's that plus mean? Am I being real dumb? Why is there a plus on some of these? Any weird and interesting locations of these recipes? Where's the feasts come from? That's probably a good place to start. Hearty food persists through death and is to be shared amongst your warband. We've got the hearty system making a return. Beasts. Plant protein, tavern fixings, mana lily, azurite, argent leaf. I mean, that feast is entirely created by herbalism. Vendor mats and then herbalism. Well, plant protein, to be fair, is just a gatherable item. Mana lily, azurite, argent leaf. What does it do? Restores 7% maximum health every second. 50 primary stat for 1 hour. How does that differ to any of the others? 7%, 50 primary stat for 1 hour. That's exactly the same. Vendor mat, fish, vendor mat, fish, herb. 50 primary stat, 7%. 50 primary stat, 7%. 12 motes of wild magic. Yeah, nobody's cooking that then. That's dead on arrival. Okay. Safe to assume that these numbers aren't final, because at this moment in time, there's absolutely no reason you'd make any of these other than this one. 4 plant protein and 4 vendor mat, and then basic bitch protein. This is the feast of choice, unless mats change. Learned from a vendor. Yeah, 12 motes of wild magic. Not happening. Not happening. This could be... I think we're in a position where you're looking at 250 golden mote again, by the way. In Season 1. I think it could quite easily be 250 golden mote. Which makes that 4,000 gold just here. Okay, even the big feasts still all seem to be learnt from a vendor. So either the great simplification has grabbed hold of cooking as well and basically made all of the feasts just dumb level easy. You learn everything via a vendor. No fancy recipe to obtain. Oh, these are... Oh, okay. What are these? What are these finishing reagents? Finish off your recipe with a sprinkle of this secret ingredient for a chance to save some valuable resources. Earthy garnish, presumably increasing your resourcefulness. Savory anomaly. Seems to do the same. Then bizarre bites. Add this impressive side dish to your recipe to drastically increase the overall quantity of dishes created. Where do bizarre bites come from then? Is that something that you craft ahead of time? It does call it a side dish, doesn't it? Not on my list, so it's not something that doesn't look like something. Doesn't look like something that you cook. No. I give cooking a week, then it's dead. Yeah, it might end up being like the honey. It might be something that's looted. Bizarre bites. Is there any further... Can we googly this? See if there's any... See what the item actually is. Perfectly portable snack. Says no more. It can be used as a reagent on near enough most everything cooking related. No surprises there. But no other info about it. But be fun to find out where these come from. That's the yeah, it's probably going to act like your honey, isn't it? But cooking looks to be pretty straightforward. Argent leaf tea. You will become relaxed and gain finesse and speed. Relax deafness and speed. Perception and speed. So there's three three gathering buffs. Three gathering buffs here. You are going to want to be relaxed whilst you are doing your farming. Stack perception, stack deafness, or stack finesse, depending on what your preference is. And when I say preference, I mean there will be a right answer. There's just the chance for you to make the wrong one. Anything interesting that the rest of these do? Well fed gave stamina and primary stat. Stamina and primary stat. Mastery. Verse. Crit. Oh, crit and speed. Mastery and speed. Haste and speed. Straight haste. Burst and speed. Crit. Secondary stat buff. Main stat buff. Secondary stat buff. Bit of verse. Bit of crit and haste. The ones that do a wombo combo. And wombo combo ones. I don't know if anybody would use the wombo combo stats, but most people prefer to stack one of something. Nearly every single food seems to just be stat buff. Nothing that has like extra bonus, weird, extracurricular fun. Three gathering buffs. Gathering buffs, but that's it then. So you're gonna get Argent Leaf for finesse, Azerroot for deafness, and Sanguithorn for perception. So gathering buff, that's about it, really. That's about it. Right, I'm out of coffee. I'm also out of energy. It's monster time. I'm ill, so I need maximum sugar, maximum caffeine to keep me alive. 50-50 coffee monster mix. They did an espresso monster. I'd be all over that. That would be a heart attack in a can though, wouldn't it? Okay. Not too much to break down there about cooking.
Planning a purchase?
Finding those bizarre bites would be
Return.
needed. Just throw a Jägermeister for good measure. I did my first Christmas alcohol shop last week. Jägermeister wasn't on the list though. Jägermeisters for when you go skiing. Java monster, it's already a thing. Wait, what? Hold up. Verifying you are human. Yeah, oh my god. Hello? Oh my god. Team America had triple shot. Wow. Okay. Well, there we go. Today I learn. Right, Monster, where's that sponsorship? I'll put your flipping logo will pop up here every 20 seconds. Salted caramel, Java Monster, Irish cream, cafe. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chicken soup guaranteed to cure you. I don't like chicken soup, really, for that exact reason that it gets thrust in front of you every time you're ill. Maybe I should I should apply to be an athlete, surely. I need to get on the roster, right? Clearly peak athletic performance right here. Not just chicken soup, you want some pho. I see, when I'm ill, I just crave spicy food. Crave spicy food. I've agreed with the wife that we're going to have avocado pasta for dinner. Because I slam a bunch of fresh chilies in that and it just like blows out your pores. Flush it out in one go. Some spicy food. Take a sauna. Become a new man. That's the theory, at least, anyway. I don't think chicken is a monster flavour yet. Can you imagine? Monster chicken soup flavour. Oh my god. Who am I talking to in here?
Let's talk.
Valera.
Fair.
It's taken me a good 20 minutes to do this one quest. Speed of performance is clearly not high today.
Our home is yours as well. We shall not. Well,
Oh, you're the
if you ever
quartermaster.
need a
Do you have
reprieve from the bustle of
goodies
our
yet?
visiting
Nothing interesting.
friends, seek the red banners around the city. We'll keep the
You want
alliance out
spicy
of this
chicken?
area.
Try the ball. Yeah, those things are dangerous, though. I had one of those, and I actually nearly died. Quite genuinely. My eyes were bigger than my belly, though. It was like. I mean, to be fair, the chicken was breathing fire on the packet, so I probably should have guessed. Wow, the lag is real.
You're needed in Fairbreeze, champion. A problem with the light bloom.
What I do
Right,
well for.
off to Fairbreeze village then.
Use this arcane projector to keep us
I'm going to assume then that that puts us at a position where we can get our ults in here nice and easy again. Let me. Is this a easy log out area? It must be. Yeah. Can we get the ults in here nice and quick now without having to do that intro? Certain point, spice has diminishing returns. If it's so hot you can't feel your mouth. Yeah, I'm a big fan of chili, but I like it to still be flavorful. I don't like spicy food to just try and hurt me. That's no fun.
Champion.
I would rather
Zalatath and her devouring host lay siege to the Sunwell. The light has chosen.
as soon as it gets so spicy that you just can't feel anything, I'm out of there. I'm done. All my buttons are gone again. Yoinked all my buttons. Admittedly, we only need one button, but it would be nice if the rest of the buttons were on my bar properly. Okay, I don't need any of those bits. Lay on hands is F. Find steed is that one. Redemption just goes down there. Flash of light is usually Q. Is it Q? I think it's Q. Maybe shift Q. I don't have a shield. I'm playing Rhett. Really need a taunt, but we'll put it on the bar anyway. I cannot for the life of me remember what button Word of Glory is meant to be. I think it's that one. Judgment is 2. What even is this? Oh, Battle Res. Oh, that just goes down there as well. Blade of Justice is a 4 kind of button. Rebuke is an E. Templar Strike will just put 1, I guess. Final Verdict is that button. Actually, Wake of Ashes is that one, so that goes there. What are we missing? Divine Storm. Blood of Glory goes to Shift Q. Divine Toll is 5. Is that all my Paladin buttons? Of course, the most important Paladin button. Single button assistant. Give me a mount. Okay, let's go empty back. Oh, stupid. Right, is that our buttons in the right place? Empty bags real fast.
I have calibrated.
I haven't done my proper pre-expansion preparation. Meaning I'm these are some odd things to have lying about. Why have I got these lying about? Oh my god, this is these are all my old void storage stuff. Ha! Okay. I forgot that that's a thing. Right. Start with clean bags. Okay, clean bags. Do we now... Does that now mean I have a portal to Stormwind available? Please, 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 please do not make me have to do that intro quest to every character. Silvermoon. Bosh. Right. As long as I can at least get characters into Silvermoon, we're good. Now, whether that means we can do anything when we're out here is a different question, but... Get rid of all the old rubbish. Okay, it's still telling me to locate this. Does this now mean we can go do that and grab a skip real fast? Is this possible? Or are you going to try and get me to go do the... Accept the summon and travel to Quel'Danas to aid the Vanguard of the Light. Oh, I don't want to do this on all my characters. I'm just gonna not. Yeah, I'm just gonna not. It's probably going to be...
Even with reinforcements, we cannot hold back the devouring host for long.
Yeah, it's probably going to be you got to unlock adventure mode by completing the campaign on one character before you get the skip. What is my dog doing? Dog is it? Why can I only see one dog? Where are the other 2 dogs? Hang on, please hold. I need to go on a dog hunt. Are you both behind there? I have located all 3 dogs. It's fine. Alma's under the sofa. You can clearly see Papa was chilling on the rug. Okay. Right. Maybe a skip unlocks or something once I've done it on one character, but can we at least go pick up our professions on these dudes? Just so we have visibility on those. We need blacksmithing. Around here somewhere? Blacksmithing. Yoink. Like I said, weirdly, we might have to sort of play the beta in a self-sufficient way if they're not going to give us... They're not going to give us cheat vendors. We might have to go the other route, which is level up all of the professions, farm our own materials, and try and cry not too much about it being a pain in the ass. Let's see how long that lasts us, shall we? Where's enchanting? Over this side. Enchanting.
May the eternal sun guide you.
Anything in blacksmithing that could end up being a nice cheeky craft a bunch, delete it kind of thing. Oh, copper ingots have got a nice new fancy icon. Like those. Have we decided if we call what we're calling these yet? Nope, still haven't decided what we're calling these, Blizzard. Are we calling them dazzling alloys? Or are we calling them sterling alloys? Just because they're made from silver. Still, they've got updated icons, but they still haven't decided what they're calling them. Sure. Does all the decor stuff have... Yeah, the decor stuff has got lumber attached to it now. Core alloys? Hello? No, Blizzard. That's not right. That's not right. I mean, if that is right, that's wrong, but... cheap profession gear. 6 bars, 6 bars, 6 bars, 5 bars, 5, 6, 5. Okay. As low as 5 copper ingots is the cheapest way you're going to make a piece of profession gear with blacksmithing. A single copper ingot, for reference, is how many pieces of ore? 5. So you're looking at 25 pieces of ore to make a single profession item. Plus a bunch of vendor mats that could then be disenchanted to get you green dust. So let's assume, I'm going to put some big assumptions on this, but I'm pretty safe in saying that basic copper ore will go down to sub 10 gold pretty quickly for the normal quality stuff. So you're still looking at 250 gold. 250 gold to make a single profession item. 250 gold to make a single profession item. Let's call it 300 gold by the time you've put all of the flux in it as well. Multiple flux goes into each one of these. Then when you disenchant these, you're likely to get 1, 2 dust. Yeah, they're still not looking like a great source of dust. Not via blacksmithing, at least, anyway. Do you know the ration of normal to high quality? Well, it's going to change, right? It's going to be on a scale. because it depends how good you can get with herbing and mining and how quickly you can do it. You on the alpha, you needed 120 skill before you started seeing high quality stuff, which means your entire herb mining 100 points from up here, plus you then needed some knowledge points spend, or you needed some tools and accessories to get to 120. That was just to start seeing high quality herbs and ore, but of course the more you push your professions, the ratio moves, doesn't it? So short, you know, in the first week or so, there might not be that much high quality stuff, but every week, every chunk of knowledge points that gatherers can obtain will add more skill into their repertoire, giving them easier and a better ratio of high quality materials. It's all balanced on herbing and mining. But for the moment, we're just like, I was just more looking for something cheap to just disenchant to get dust. Blacksmithing doesn't seem like a great candidate. You're still looking at about 250 gold. Very, very rough napkin math here. You're still looking about, assuming a piece of copper ore is 10 gold a piece. You're looking at about 250 gold to make a basic profession item, which is still not great. Between 250 and 300 gold to make something that could be disenchant fodder. Any obvious clear changes to enchanting happened? Basic enchanting tool requires dust to make it in the first place. So that's going to certainly not going to be a way to make dust. Oh, we've had new icons all over the place. This is cool. Not sure if you have any skinning data yet, but I got my first high quality leather around 90 to 95 skill. Have yet to see more than a single knowledge point drop from skinning though. I tested skinning literally week 1 on the alpha and haven't looked at it since. But it tells you in the journal what skill you need to start seeing stuff. We have the Shattering of an Essence, which has also had its icon updated. But we do not have a actual shatter for shards yet. This is a cool one though. This is a cool one. This is a bit of a game changer for professions, by the way. Now you can enchant your tool with multicraft. Increasing the multicraft by 30 on top of the tool. Actually, plus 30 is not very high, is it? What's the resourcefulness? Also plus 30. The past expansion tool enhancements are better than the current expansion ones. That doesn't make sense. Or is it just a balancing thing? Cannot be applied to items lower than level 75. Okay, yeah, that clearly needs fixing. That's broken. Your enchants from Kazalgar were more potent than the new ones. Okay. Definitely still balancing to happen on those then. Yeah, it's questionable to me to where we are going to get green stuff to disenchant to get more dust. And the same question arises on the other end of the scale. Where do we get all the epics to disenchant to get crystals? Could cause there to be quite a shortage of both dust and crystals in season 1 if they don't add a shatter. This is your buff, by the way. This isn't breaking down crystals. This is to give you your buff, which is still a thing. They took this out of blacksmithing, but chose to leave it in enchanting for some reason. Blacksmithing was never good for the disenchant shovel. It was either leatherworking or tailoring in the past. Well, you say that, but blacksmithing was good at the beginning of the War Within. It was blacksmithing hammers you would break down. Braces are usually one of the cheaper options, and yes, if cloth is basically free, then tailoring is good, and if leather ends up being basically free, then leatherworking is good, but... Been trying to get jewel crafting recipes. Holy Jesus, Kata has so many. Yeah, you can you either have to do daily quests for Cataclysm jewel crafting, or you have to be willing to buy an awful lot of titanium or break it down to get titanium powder, which you can then just use to buy the recipes. Which is what I eventually ended up doing because I couldn't be bothered doing the dailies. That's Wrath. But Kata added. I was going to say, I'm quite sure it's a Kata thing as well. Was it maybe Elementium ore then that you needed to break down? Maybe yeah. Titanium was Wrath. You're right. Sure. To get titanium powder, but I know they did the same thing in Cataclysm. Maybe I just quote the wrong. But you'll just end up doing follower dungeons to farm greens and then disenchant them. Maybe. It would be interesting to, well, put it this way, if there's nothing that could be mass produced, dust will be expensive. If it requires somebody to spend significant amounts of time generating those greens, dust will be expensive. Because you got to remember, any greens that are farmed will actually have native value to people when they're leveling brand new characters. Meaning they won't necessarily all be being sold for vendor price straight away. This is why enchanting requires something mass producible, so that the price of the mats don't get too silly. And you got to remember that dust is meant to be, the way that they structure the profession, or the way they structure enchanting at least, is based upon the theory that dust should be free-flowing, right? This is hence why significantly more dust is used than shards, and there is significantly more shards used than crystals, because it's meant to be a hierarchy. It's meant to be that dust is the easiest to get, then shards are slightly less easy to get, and then crystals are difficult to get. That logic doesn't apply if there's not a mass quantity of greens floating about. Which, if there's not a green item that can be cheaply created for the purpose of disenchanting, then this starts to be a bit of a problem. And it was definitely a problem at the beginning of the War Within, which is why they definitely had to add a shatter for shards halfway through Season 1. Which, if you were ahead of the game and you squirreled away all of the shards when they were stupid cheap in the first couple of weeks, you would then sell your shards for like 5 times the price when they introduced the shatter. Blizzard might end up doing exactly the same thing again if they're not careful. Okay, well, I've at least got one dude out here to start doing some stuff. You need to just chill out here for a little while now. I need to get the other tunes in. Let's get the mage in. Enchants need less dust now, though. But that doesn't change the structure in which they've created enchanting. You still need more dust than you need shards, than you need crystals. Which still shows that the philosophy is that dust should be the most readily available material. And if it's not, if shards become the most readily available material because you can produce something to disenchant for shards, then it's out of whack. You know, it's broken. Oh, all my buttons are gone again. Seems to happen on any character that I import at the moment. All the buttons seem to disappear. Alright, sure. Can work with that. Clear the quest log quickly. So that we can go in fresh. Make sure we don't get distracted by past expansion stuff. Not here to be testing the War Within content. Flipping hell, how many quests has this dude got in his log? Zoldazar quests? Why the Christ have we got these? Okay, let's get some buttons on a bar. Most important button on the bar. Oh Christ, I can't remember half of my buttons. That's a shift 1 job. Supernova. Oh no, see, this is where there's going to be profession changes that I've not been paying attention to. Glacial Spike, I think, is 4 normally. Supernova. I don't know. I think that's a shift 2 job. Greater Invis goes on F1. Teleport button goes down here. Blink is one of them. Ice Cold, I think, is shift 3 normally. Time Warp is up here. Mirror Image is shift F. Cone of Cold. Oh no, Cone of Cold was shift 2. Oh no, I don't know. Cone of Cold on 5. Counterspell should be E. Blizzard's one of these. Oh, ice barriers usually melts down. Oh, ice lance is 1. Why do I not have any buttons going on here? What's usually my... Wait, why don't... What? Hang on. Where's Frostbolt? Wait, what? Wait, what? How the Christ... What? Okay. I clearly do not. They've taken... Sure. No Frostbolt on a Frost Mage? Hello? Frostbolt is Glacial Spike nowadays. Okay. Sure. Glacial Spike turns into Frostbolt. Huh. Well, today I learn. Flurry is 3. Let's put Ray of Frost on 4 then. I need a... me one of you. Why have we got this? August Celestials. Why is my rep bar in the middle of the screen? Which faction, which expansion is the August Celestials? Mop? The fact there isn't a search on this is also annoying. August Celestials. Show us experience bar. Go away. Beautiful. Now we're cooking. Oh, no. Buttons down here. My mages have no buttons. Consider switching to controller for sure. I mean, flipping one button all day, but just for... Okay, now we're good. Get empty bags.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Don't need any of this rubbish. Beautiful. Right. Dude's ready to go, I think. Maybe, possibly. Why have all my quests come back? Didn't I just abandon all of these quests? Hello? Well, that's weird. Reload? I know I'm ill, but I'm not delusional yet. I don't think. Oh, okay. Now they've sorted themselves. Sure. Right, let's get you to right place. Crystals on Forest, Silver Moon. That's the one. We get what does this do? Tailoring and inscription. Tailoring. No, that's supplies. I need the tailoring trainer. They added unraveling back in yet. Come on, Blizzard, do me a solid. Put unraveling back in. Oh, bright linens. Ah, I like all of the new icons, by the way. I'm already a big fan of the new icons. Got some new glasses. It feels weird. Feels like I gained plus 10 FPS IRL. I am in absolute desperate need for new glasses, but I just can't be asked to go to the opticians. They're going to take lots of money off me that I don't want to spend. I'll just be blind. 4 thread, 1 bright linen goes into making a linen bolt. Is the imbued one still dum-dum level boring? Still dum-dum level boring. 2 bolts plus more vendor mats go into making an imbued one. Okay, they've changed icons, but they're either ignoring or they're not listening to any of my feedback on this. I was like, imbued with what? I think was my feedback. Imbued with what? It's not imbued with anything, is it? You've just stacked more of it on top. It's 2-ply. This should be called 2-ply linen bolt, because that's all it's doing. 2-ply because your finger goes through it. Oh! Moats have got new icons and all. Oh, Moat of Primal Energy now has like a fiery look to it. Interesting. Quick sanity check then. Is there anything green, cheap and easy to craft over this end of the world? PvP gear is going to be out of the question because it all uses moats, and moats are going to be far too expensive to be disenchanting anything with. Basic bitch profession stuff. Chef's hats. Chef's hats require dust in the first place, so they're certainly not going to be net positive on dust. So that's not going to be a thing. Other than if you can put Q1 dust in and then disenchant and get Q2 dust out. Does in theory... This was a bit of a thing, wasn't it, really? This was a bit of a thing. Maybe we're looking at a fishing hat situation again? Two normal quality dust in, 2 imbued or 2-ply linen bolts, and 3 vendor mats. That's clearly going to end up being one of the cheapest items to mass produce, which can then be disenchanted for more dust. The caveat here is that it takes dust in the first place. So you're going to be putting 2 dust in, and the question is, how many dust will you get out? You need to get at least those 2 dust out. The shuffle and the reason why you might do this, even though you put dust in to get dust out, is because you might put normal quality dust in to get high quality dust out. That's your upcycling of your dust in order to get higher quality dust once you're well set up to do it with enchanting. This looks to be, well, there's options here, but like any of these that use similar mats. Tailoring looks like it's probably the play then. The disenchanting fodder. This is assuming that cloth doesn't end up being like 50 gold a piece or something, but why do you even need dust for a... Well, my question here is, why are we not putting the dust into the imbued linen bolts in the first place? Surely the concept... Surely it should either use just bright linen bolts, and when you make infused bright linen bolts, you should infuse the bright linen with dust to make imbued bright linen bolts. The dust should be injected in at this stage, in my opinion. This feels a bit weird that you just take bolts and then you put 2 of them together and You just weave 2 pieces of linen together, and then all of a sudden you've got imbued linen. No, you haven't. You've got 2-ply linen. Well, that's me being fussy about things, I suppose. But the weird thing is that shards are going to be significantly cheaper because you're using half as much linen and then vendor mats. Like, rare shards are going to be significantly cheaper than dust. Significantly cheaper. Mass producible. For less. The crafting cost of this is going to be less. Kind of weird. Glasses are expensive nowadays, even if you go for the basic ones. Yeah, I mean, it's not the frames, and you used to be able to get some cheap frames for like $50, and then some lenses in them, and you'd have a new pair of glasses for less than $100. Now it's 250 euros for the flipping lenses, and then a pair of frames that don't look like Grandad's. It's the same again. It's like stupid expensive. Why I haven't bothered replacing my glasses in years. Seeing's overrated. And I also have the problem that whenever I buy a pair of glasses, I have to also or when I get my lenses changed in my glasses, because clearly my vision has changed, I then also have to do the same in my sunglasses. So it's double the cost, and it's just like I don't want to spend 500 euros on glasses at the moment. I really don't. Luckily, I'm short-sighted, which means for general day-to-day stuff, if my vision is not perfect, it's absolutely fine. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference to me. And for doing what I do most of the time, which is sit in front of a computer, I don't actually even need to wear my glasses. They're just on my face because that's where they live. Spell threads have good potential. Good potential for concentration as well. Because they actually use a reasonable amount of materials this time. Or relative to everything else. You've got quality in your shards, you've got quality in your Sunfire Silk, you've got... Oh, you need Sunfire Silk and Sunfire Silk bolts. Oh, well, that's interesting. Then Arcano Weave and Arcano Weave bolts. So double stacking on that. Plus you slam a bunch of moats in, which are going to make these expensive in the first place. That's 2,000 gold worth of moats right there, just by itself. That means even a normal quality... See, this is the difference. Normal quality ones are going to be... Normal quality consumables are going to have the floor price bumped up. The floor price of normal quality stuff is going to be quite high because of the usage of moats in it. Which is actually going to mean that leveling professions is going to be quite expensive as well. Because that high floor price on stuff. But then, in theory, the high-quality stuff shouldn't be too much of a premium, because even via concentration, you're only gaining the advantage of, like, 26 materials there. So the high-quality stuff shouldn't be that outrageous, but the floor price for normal quality is quite high. All because of these damn moats that are going to be stupid expensive. And that's true whatever you're doing with concentration, by the way. Moats are going to be the bane of people's lives. I can see it already. Okay, let's go grab inscription on this Toon. Which is not here. Where's inscription gone? Was that over the other side as well? Alchemy. Oh, inscription's here.
Anaria Shala.
Oh, do we have proper names on inks yet?
Return when you need more.
Sienna ink, Monsell ink. Using a lot of pigments, by the way. Can't quite remember. I didn't smush down enough herbs on the alpha to get a good sense of this. But one thing I can already get a sense of is that you need a lot of pigments to make a single ink. That's 35 pigments to make a single ink here. Which... Oh, shit! Pigments with quality. Pigments with quality. Herbs with quality, meaning you need high quality herbs to presumably even stand a chance of getting high quality pigments. 505 recipe difficulty on milling. High quality pigments is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Whoa! Concentration usage on inks is... Concentration on inks could easily be a thing here. Just purely by the flipping large amount of them. Pigments, yeah, because you've got 20, 35 materials here that are subject to quality, which is where your profit comes from concentration. Okay, that becomes a thing very quickly. Thought they're getting rid of quality ranks? No. Quality, they have reduced quality. We now only have normal and high quality. But quality is still a thing. Interestingly, things like ciphers this time round. I mean, you might put some concentration into producing the inks. There could be some good margin in concentration on inks because of just how many materials they use. Then when you have your ciphers, whilst your inks that go into these do play a part, the fact that it's only the cost of one ink, you know, two inks is going to be the only margin in this for the ciphers. You're probably going to put your concentration into the inks, believe it or not. Because there'll be more margin to be had there because there's a greater quantity of quality materials. Again, that is not simplifying the professions. Oh, it's a massive, in my opinion, it's a big old swing and a miss on the simplification of professions. They ain't simplified shit. And in fact, they've carved aspects of some of the professions out. But they've carved things that weren't particularly complicated in the first place. I mean, with the exclusion of, like, maybe thaumaturgy, which was just a big maths problem, but not a big maths problem that you really had to care about. Thaumaturgy was a completely optional maths problem. It was a maths problem for people who enjoy math problems. And you know there was gold to be made throughout most of the expansion with thaumaturgy if you did figure it out, but you absolutely didn't need to be. There was no requirement on you being good at thaumaturgy for you to use alchemy in any way. So carving that out isn't really a simplification of it. It's just less. But they've actually added quality onto things. Jewel crafting, for example, Jewel crafting feels like Dragonflight all over again, because jewel crafting has quality on all of the gems as well. Again, which they removed for the War Within. So, in fact, jewel crafting is more complex. Jewel crafting really has gone back to the days of Dragonflight. They've reverted it back to a Dragonflight time. Thaumaturgy was great to balance auction house prices. Yeah, thaumaturgy was fantastic for the economy as a whole. It meant that there was value in pretty much all base materials throughout the entire expansion. Carving it out will just mean that the race to the bottom on mats is just faster. Really, really fast. And it will create byproducts of bottleneck material. So like herbing and mining, herbalism and mining is going to revolve around getting as many motes per hour as you can get, because motes will be the thing that are high in value, short in supply all the time. Every profession needs motes like flipping crazy. Literally everything is taking motes, and more often than not, it's taking a sizable amount of them. So when every single profession is pulling motes out of the economy, yet only 1 or 2 professions are pulling the base materials, motes will be the bottleneck, and motes will be what people focus on farming. Or at least if you're a herbalist and miner, it's what you should be focusing on farming. So much like Dragonflight, where you would spec your herber and miner into like overloading more frequently, that kind of meta for gathering sort of disappeared and flip-flopped in the War Within. In the War Within, you were more focused on just getting more of the actual herbs. More quality 3 herbs in the War Within was how you made your money. But mining, obviously, it was all about getting null stones until they tanked in price. But people didn't care about overloading at all in the War Within, really. Midnight, though, it's going to be all about overloading again. It's going to be all about overloading to get as many of these motes as you possibly can. But that will have the knock-on effect of that the basic herbs, the basic ore, the basic leather will be absolutely dirt cheap really quickly. Because people will be out there picking it up as a way to get more motes. Motes will be the bottleneck. Luckily, motes don't have quality. But yeah, motes are used literally everywhere in everything. I'm not on alchemy, but when we look in alchemy, I want to pay a lot of attention to if any of the potions, the flasks, use motes. If they are also used there, then you can bet your ass motes are going to be expensive. That is the character we're bringing in next as well. How do I get motes out of herb and mining? My YouTube channel has a little overview of herbing and mining from early in the alpha. It's worth having a little look at. But there's what would you call them? The fancy nodes, not the basic default nodes, but the fancy nodes. There's a different type of fancy node in each zone, and each zone has its own mote type attached to it. And when you overload on that node, well, if you mine the node by default, you'll get some motes. You overload on it, you get even more. I've probably completely butchered that explanation, but let's clear this character's log. Then we can get this character in. I've apparently got no buttons again. I think there's that button. Always there. What is E? Hunter's Mark is that one. Disengage, I think is that one. Kill command up here. Acceleration, revive and mend. Wild Thrash is 2, Barb Shot is 3, Cobra Shot is 1, Bestial Wrath is Shift 3. No Intimidation? Where's me stun? Starter build doesn't even spec you into misdirection, nor does it give you a stun. Wow, the starter build is like stupid dum-dum level dum-dum. Oh, at least it gives you Trailblazer by default though. Okay. Do you know if there have been mobs found which dropped the moat so far? I'm not aware. I've not done anywhere near enough actual like outer world testing. I'm going to spend a bit of time in the next few days leveling a couple of toons, which might accidentally cause me to stumble across something like that. But even if there are mobs, what we do know these days is that 2x4 mob farming is not really that viable anymore. Since patch, what was it, 11.1, when they changed the loot rules, 2x4 farming isn't really a thing anymore. It still works for skinning, but it doesn't work for general loot drops. Not without some real clever shenanigans to dance between different farm spots. I need to go through and clean the bags properly on these characters on retail, but doing that today. Quick fix for the purpose of the beta. I remember moats being expensive even with 2x4 farming in Dragonflight, so I'm sure they'll be even more expensive now. Yeah, this is my point, right? That if it's left in the hands of just herbalism and mining to get them, they will be expensive. There isn't an equivalent of Awakened Order. There's not like the one big fancy one, the 5th big fancy one. There's just the 4 default ones. And to a degree, they can be semi-target farmed because each zone is responsible for one type of moat. So if the economy is like in desperate need of one moat, everybody can just go farm in that one zone where all of the herbs and all nodes give you that moat. So it's not so difficult to go out and get them. But what we also know is that some people prefer farming in certain zones, and some zones are not very pleasant to farm in. That might weirdly have an effect on the price of the moats as well. If it's really quick and easy and optimal to farm in one zone, but tedious and painful to farm in another, where do you think most people are going to farm? Right, this character is alchemy and something else. Alchemy and something else. Alchemy and engineering. The very first thing alchemists learn is a transmute of the motes as well.
We shall not falter.
That's a very interesting thing to give you from day one. Stabilized derivate. Acquired as a byproduct of reclaiming concoctions. 10 motes of light in. Wonder what this gives you out. Recycle potions, recycle flasks. But what will be interesting, mote. Potions using motes. Where's the big, which is going to be the big everybody spams it potion? Primary stat by a shitload. Well, that's a strong candidate already, isn't it? Deal a bunch of damage, do a thing. Shield, mana potion, refreshing serum. Right, light's potential then is going to be the big potion that people spam. Which takes mote of light. Blizzard mention anything about cheat NPCs anywhere at all? Not that I've seen. I'm going by the assumption that we're going to have to play the game in a self-sufficient way in order to test things. Meaning we won't get anywhere near the level of depth of testing that we're used to, but they might add cheat vendors at some point, who knows. What is better, skilling in farming faster or skilling in overloading? Well, in Midnight it's likely to be overloading, but that's just a guess. Do you know how long betas usually last? I'm finishing leveling up my last. Oh, beta will be live until the launch of the game now. Beta doesn't go away. In fact, even once the game is live, beta will still be available. But with basic potions using motes of light, that's going to create a very constant demand on these. Considering it's a consumable. That means every time somebody pops a potion, boof, there goes a mote. Mote of light come from Eversong Woods, which is actually one of the nicer places to farm in, fortunately.
With perseverance, strength, sun chase your shadows.
It's interesting that it gives you a transmute using motes of light to make wild magics as its first thing. Let's check the void potions. Store mana. Secondary stat. Gain a bunch of your highest secondary stat whilst losing a bunch of your lowest secondary stat. That's lots of kiss, not a lot of curse. But it's on secondary stats rather than main stats. Is anybody ever going to choose to buff their secondary stats instead of main stat? I can't see it happening. Health potion. Okay. There's clearly something missing from that. Wait. Costs 150 moxie and 1 something. What's that 1 something? What's that 1 something gonna be?
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Another
Both, I hope.
something we'll have to find out. That's it with the 50. Oh my god. The 55. That's a big number. That is a big number. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's that has to be one of the biggest numbers. I'm not sure there's much bigger than a 55 out there. Thank you very much. Makes no sense that you can produce a higher quality moat if there's just one quality with it. Oh right, yeah. Okay, I've seen this. I've seen this info floating around already. I've seen this info floating around already. There is no quality on moats. There is no quality on moats. What you'll find here is the likelihood is that the way this will probably work for the purpose of transmutes is once you can push your skill high enough to high quality point, what it will probably do is increase the yield of it. So if you put 10 moats in with no skill, you might not even get 10 moats out. But the likelihood is by the time you have got 465 skill in transmutes, you'll probably eventually be able to put 10 moats in and get 15 moats out. It will be a yield increase, not a quality increase. Would be my strong suspicion of how it'll work for transmutes now. So as your skill increases, your yield will also increase. And it depends where the starting point and the finishing points are. But it could possibly be that when you have no skill, you put 10 moats in and you get like 5 out. Which means there's still value in transmuting them, assuming that one moat ends up being significantly more expensive than another. But let's say, for example, all moats are equal in price, all of the 4 moats end up being equal in price. Definitely won't be the case, but let's just assume for the sake of maths, you put 10 moats in and your quality or your skill is high enough, you might get more than 10 moats out of it, which, you know, then the value is quite self-explanatory. But there is no quality on moats. When you hover over this, this is what's referred to as like a fake tooltip. This isn't a tooltip of a real item. I know it shows quality on the tooltip there. It just shouldn't show quality there. There's no such thing as quality on the moats. Is there any way to go directly to Silvermoon, or do I have to complete the entry quests? There's a portal to Silvermoon in the main portal room. So go to Stormwind or Orgrimmar. There's a portal straight to Silvermoon. Now, whether to actually go any further than Silvermoon, you need to do the... You might need to do the intro quest mod, but I don't know. But you can, yes, get to Silvermoon without doing it. Where are the flasks? Because the flasks use multiple of... Does the moat change? The moat does change, yeah. So light, void, magic, primal. Verse is always one of the least used flasks, and that uses Mote of Light, but the Mote of Light is going to be consumed by the major potion instead. So Alchemy is going to put quite a strain on the supply of these motes because they get absorbed in consumables, not just consumed in like you know, there are different types of crafts, right? You know, it's all good and well if you have, let's look, oh hang on, let me go get engineering. It's all good and well if like a piece of crafted gear uses like 20 motes. You can quite quickly go, wow, that's going to consume huge amounts of motes. But a piece of gear is a one-time craft. Motes going into potions, motes going into, you know, actual consumable items will, over a period of time, consume way more motes than just like 20 going into a piece of crafted gear.
Glory shine on
So the fact that alchemy does consume motes will absolutely blast the price of them through the roof. So yeah, it's, you know, it's one thing to look at this and say, oh, an end game piece of, you know, using 15 motes, that's going to use so many more motes. But in the grand scheme of things, 15 motes once on one character doesn't make a huge difference. But when every 5 minutes when somebody pops a potion and they consume a mote, that's a whole new level of consumable. That's a whole new level of demand. These are... Ooh, are they still here? Where's the baby sparks? There they are. These look fun. These look interesting. For anybody that hasn't caught my overview of engineering. Baby sparks. Crafted sparks for the first time. So much stuff to test and look at, it's hard to pinpoint which stuff will be good. Not at the start. I guess profession tools will generally be profitable, and flasks when the raid opens. Yeah, like with anything, I try not to talk in terms of like price and profit. I prefer to talk in terms of supply and demand. Because that's the only thing you can sort of quantify ahead of time. The prices of things are dependent on, you know... Something being profitable depends on how many people craft it. If too many people craft it, it stops being profitable. But you can absolutely guarantee that, yes, in the first couple of weeks, profession gear flies off the shelves. Because everybody levels their professions and everybody needs new profession gear. And then as soon as the raid opens, yes, flasks absolutely fly off the shelves. Whether they're profitable or not depends on how many people decides to craft them. Housing pulls more people into the game, and now there's a race to top 10k for the Delve boss kill. I think that's really dumb, you know. I think that's really dumb. Like, why are they putting a cap on the amount of people that can get a Delve mount? That's absolutely mental. I think it's really dumb. But the more people desperately trying to blast delves to get their 1 of 10,000 mount, at least will keep more people away from professions, I suppose. More cash monies for those that do play with the professions. Watchdog? Oh. Watchdog is the pausing pylon, okay. It literally says deploy a pausing pylon. They haven't updated the tooltip for that one then. More people consuming potions and drums, maybe. Some serious testing is going to need to be done with skinning as well, in order to figure out where all the majestic beasts are lurking. Because these majestic fins, these majestic fins, majestic hide, there's another one, there's a third one. Claw, there we go. These are used in a lot more places this time around, meaning skinning is more important than it was last time. Now, I'm not sure they're used in anything that's consumable, but they are used in some single-time big-ticket items. They're actually used a lot in decor crafting as well, actually, I think. The majestic skinning stuff. I think giving a unique reward to competitive players is fine, but maybe delves are not the content for it. I don't know, it seems to, in my opinion, it's kind of counterproductive to what they designed delves to be. There's already an element of competitiveness in, like, the OG top 3. PvP obviously is competitive. It's PvP. It's by design. But like in raiding and Mythic Plus, we've already got like a sense of competitiveness. But putting a 1 of 10,000 mount in a delve, in delves, is going to try and I don't know, it's for me it feels like it's against the spirit of delves, right? The concept of delves is that it's something that you can work through more so at your own pace, and I've always felt that that's kind of meant to be the way that delves were designed. It's only a title for being first 10. It doesn't matter what it is. You know, it could be 10,000 piles of shiny turd. People will want a pile of shiny turd because it's 1 of 10,000. No matter what the thing is. For reference, because I haven't really given any context for this whatsoever, have I? There's a mount and a title attached to being one of the first 10,000 people to kill the Delve boss. Let me show you the article. Let me give you a link to the article. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Is there not even an article for it? Solo Delve Hall of Fame expanded to 10,000 players, yeah. So you've got Fabled, let me solo him. Be one of the first 10,000 players in your region to defeat Nulla in his lair on tier ? Without any other player in your party. So you've got to do it solo before the release of the next season of Delves. While a good change, it doesn't address the main concerns that players have with the achievement. The main issue players are seeing with this achievement is how many Delve bosses so far have been easier for some specs than others. For instance, Kai'Veza was overall easier as a tank or tankier melee specs, whilst being way harder for casters or squishy specs. While some players had multiple characters available to complete these as the season started, many players will only upkeep one or a few characters not having that luxury. Yeah, putting like limited quantity achievements in, you know, by design solo content, I think it's a touchy subject, let's put it that way. It's a touchy subject. This is more leading into what we've seen in the first 3 seasons of The War Within. Since delves were introduced, they came in. Season 1, very passive, not super highly rewarding. Like, these are delves, go play delves, go see what you think about delves. Then they started to sort of tweak them and optimize them and try and build some engagement into them. And by season 3, you were very, very much incentivized to be running delves multiple times every single week. Especially if you were more in that solo play. If you didn't do much high-end group content, delves became your way to sort of, you know, get a few little bits of basic gear, your gilded crests, for example. And of course, what most people were working to by doing all of that was to take down the Nemesis boss of some form. Now putting an achievement so that only 10,000 players in your region will get it racifies gearing and racifies delves a lot more. Now I know this isn't strictly a delve in normal terms, but smashed Kaivezo on my Fury Warrior, but had trouble on a Hunter due to pet deaths. Yeah, this is it. Like I said, the reality is it doesn't matter what it is. If there's something that, you know, a shiny turd, if it's one of 10,000 shiny turds, people will want a shiny turd. But it could equally end up being one of those things that ultimately people don't care about. Money-making upside of that is that there is the FOMO. People are more likely to buy consumables instead of farming them. Yeah, I mean, there'll be that zug rush, won't there? You know, until 10,000 players have defeated him, there'll be an awful lot of people that will make it their main mission in life to go and be one of those first 10,000. But we'll see. The Goblin in me doesn't really care. It's one of those things though that, like, I thought Blizzard were trying to keep the delves and the Nemesis bosses being one of those kind of like, as long as you do it within the, sure, you get the feat of strength and you get the mount and stuff if you do it within the season, but they weren't trying to force you into racing through it. They weren't trying to force you to. I mean, let's also not forget that whilst this is for killing him solo, it's going to greatly benefit the people that do the highest end content, because they'll be the most geared, you know, so that you can take full advantage of like very high end group content in order to then go and solo something and get a solo achievement for it. You know, it's like I said, touchy subject. Right, give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. I've been sat here for a few hours now and I've drank way too much caffeine. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Happy to finally catch one of the live streams. Always like how in depth you go on certain subjects. Sometimes I go too deep. Sometimes I need to be told to stop, but I appreciate it all the same. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Right, I've got the professions. You know what I do need then? If we're going to have to pretend that this is a live version of the game and we're going to have to be relatively self-sufficient, I'm going to need a druid, aren't I? I'm going to need a druid, because we're going to need a herber, we're going to need a miner, we're also going to need a skinner. We're going to need to cover all grounds in order to be able to acquire our own materials. As time-consuming as this may be, it does have an upside. The upside of it is that I will get a better understanding of the farming side of stuff. That's what she said. What did I say? What did I say? Oh, sometimes I go too deep. I see, I see. No chance of that. No chance of that. Right. Weirdly, it means, do I actually level my... Do I level a druid? Because then we can do some leveling. It will get us into the further zones. It will also get some herbing and mining. Haranir Racial seems to have a herb skill and finesse to it. Create character. Deals nature damage, increases the damage and healing of your critical strikes, increases herbalism and finesse. Gain more experience and deal extra damage when fighting beasts, elementals, or aberrations. That's some pretty herbalism skill, and I mean, yes, that does make them good at herbalism. And of course they can be druids, which is a double bubble. Yeah. Perception might end up being a favoured. Which puts Drakthir back in the race. Because the perception bonus from Drakthir's might be... Then you can't be a druid, but evokers are not that bad for gathering either. You can be a hunter Drakthir as well though these days. It's always something to consider. I'm just thinking because if moat farming becomes what you're actually trying to get, then perception benefits the quantity of moats you should get, I believe. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I don't know. Haranir Druid, though, could be quite good for a herbalist, herb miner character. Deal nature damage to enemies and heal allies. Increase the damage and healing of your critical strikes. Yeah, they do feel very druidy, don't they? Can never go wrong with Tauren and the deafness. Well, yeah, and that. High Mountain Tauren for your mining, speed, and skill increase. Regular Taurens for the herbalism skill and speed increase. Finesse is the more button, right? Deafness is the speed one. Perception is the quality one. I hate the names of the... I absolutely hate the names of the gathering secondary stats. I can never flip and remember what they do. I need to pull in... Do I need to bother pulling in my herb miner from retail? Or can I just make a temporary new druid to do just that? Am I going to want to test? Am I going to want to go... Well, let's just make a new druid. Maybe we'll make a new Haranir druid. Test it out. Be better at herbing. One, two... Oh, that one looked like Samadan. Oh well, we've missed the Samadan one now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one. Ah! Okay. I think that name's way too long. That works. That works. No, I made a level 10. No, that was meant to delete. Delete. It was meant to be a level up character. I'm not flipping starting at level 10. Get bent. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, that's the name. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one. That was the name, right? Yeah, there we go. I somehow managed to snag the Poseidon name on Ravencrest. I'm so happy. As long as there's no ice in front of it. Not even sure I'm allowed to talk about that man on Twitch. Right, so this dude, we can probably level this dude first. Pick herbalism and mining. Oh! Gave me buttons on this dude. Sure. What do we level as, chat? Balance, I guess? We level as balance? Guess we level as balance. I have no idea how to play a balance druid, but what the one button's for, right? I have more idea how to play resto these days. Chicken form is peak. Be chicken form doesn't... I mean, sure. Feral? Go to the barbershop, change it over to the owl. Where's the barbershop in Orgrimmar? I don't even know. Hang on, let me sort some buttons and bars and stuff out, and then we'll poke around with that. Let's get that in order. Yeah, that'll do. We need options. We need auto loot. We need bars, 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 and bars. Bars, 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 and Mars bars. I bet there's other things I need. Keyboinds look okay-ish. What is this? Teleport to Moonglade? That doesn't need to be on my bars. Mark of the Wild can go down here. Rebirth also doesn't need to be anywhere up there. Innovate? We ain't going to be using that on the beta, are we? Let's be real. Stampeding Roar, maybe possibly. Entangling Roots, maybe possibly. Soothe is a shift E, usually. Mighty Bash is a stun. Solar Beams are interrupt, isn't it? Bark Skin, that's a sort of a defensive-y button. Got regrowth twice somehow. Starfire, Wrath, Starfire, Wrath, Sunfire, Moonfire? Sure. I'm mostly going to play using the one button anyway. So I don't mind too much when we pop into bear. Oh, actually, form buttons need to go here. Bear form is F1. Cat form is F2. What am I missing? Travel form is F3, and then Moonkin is F4. Just Moonfire spam. I just scroll on the mouse wheel. It's fine. Stuff dies. Right. All of this other stuff is, yeah, sure, whatever. Buttons. Oh, shit. That's a big fucking rat boy. Holy. Oh, these druid models are quite funky, aren't they? Now I'm a woozle. Oh, I need to change the Moonkin one. Hang on, where's in the alley besides the troll? I tell you what, hang on. Just ask a guard. Barbershop there. Mark it on my map. Up there. See, I'd have never found that by myself. Oh, I don't have any controls. Where's my skywriding abilities? No, that's Thorn Bloom. Command powerful thorns to assault 8 enemies and heal 8 allies within 10 yards of the target area. Oh, that sounds like quite a cool passive, you know. Clear transmog outfit? The hell are these? Root walking. Perform a ritualistic dance to teleport to the cradle. Right. Hon with nature. Increase herbalism skill by 5 and finesse by 10. Might be worth long over a while. Where's me? Well, let's do the give me all the map icon things. Where's the skywriding? There we go. Surge forward is that one. Then we need what's the whirly whirl one? There's the whirly whirl. Then the second wind is Q. Dismount is E. That's all I care about. Okay. Moonkin form. Ah! What the hell? Bat bear? Take a look in the DMs for the transmog. Wait, what? Transmogging does not work at the moment. Haha! Okay, I'm okay. That's just odd. I'm a bat chicken. It didn't work. It didn't work. Okay, you've probably now just stolen my mortgage. Okay. Right, I think this dude's almost ready to go. We need to, before we actually start doing anything, we need to get herbalism and mining, don't we? Let's go to Silver Moon. Grab herbing and mining. Maybe I can take a balanced druid serious now. Forever chicken. Forever chicken. Where's herbing and mining trainers? I'm going to assume they're over here as well. Yeah, they are. They're in here. Herbalism trainer. Yoink. Oh, I've not looked at this for a few weeks, actually. I wonder if there's, Oh, wow, okay. It shows me a nothing in it. I see a nothing until I go do some stuff, alright. I was kind of half hoping that, I could quickly see the skill requirements, but apparently not. Let's get mining as well.
What needs bring you here? Sunwell's glory shine on you.
Septarian nodule. I wonder if they've actually properly implemented the knowledge points for this yet. Dog? Oh, I've been streaming for 4. Okay, that's maybe why.
The eternal sun guides us.
You will be able to choose blacksmithing, jewel crafting, tailoring, leatherworking. Oh, wow! Repetitive is all balls, but here's how I farm up some easy materials for testing. Just mass create characters, complete this quest. Give me tailoring reagents, because I'm probably not going to play on a tailor all that much, meaning my access to cloth is going to be next to none.
Treat my wares with care.
Anaria Shola. Keep your wits about you.
To the tailoring bags. 60 bright linen. That's unironically going to be quite useful, you know. That's going to be quite useful as a way to test tailoring if I can just repeat that quest 50 times on a bunch of throwaway characters. That will definitely save me farming shit, let's put it that way. No Moxie from completing that quest though. Is there any need for Moxie? That's a good question. Any need for Moxie on a herbalist and mining character? Probably not, right? What could I possibly need Moxie for? Yeah, what could I possibly need Moxie for as a herb and miner? I mean, it does exist. It can be used to craft higher level gathering equipment, sourced from first time gathering bonuses and knowledge points. This is also why I'm not paying too much attention to the crafting costs of all the profession tools and accessories, because they clearly haven't had Moxie added to them yet. Alright, well now we are kind of ready to go gadget go. What's a pre-made character start with? Oh god, I'm going to have to do this with level 80 gear. Ouch. Alright. And I've also just realised I probably am going to have to do the Stormwind intro again. But I weirdly and annoyingly am going to have to level up this druid, aren't I, for proper testing. So maybe I am just going to have to bite the bullet and do it.
I am the blade of the light. Aldiel Shalah. Even with reinforcements, we cannot hold back the devouring host
Okay,
for long.
only for the second time today we're going to do this intro quest apparently. If I'd have thought about it, I'd have done it on this tune earlier, but when am I known for thinking about things? Oh wait, hang on, I'm missing half my talents, apparently. Loon's Chosen, I guess, because we don't have whatever this is. Wise Force of Nature talent. Well, I guess we go Loon's Chosen then. Moonfire does more damage, sure. Moonfire damage now has a chance to cool down. Oh, passive, love a good passive. Give me all the passives. Moonfire and Starfire generate more astral power, more juice, more passive, more juice. Therefore, Moonkin form reduces arcane damage taken. Boring. Yep, one of them. Go.
Pleasantries can wait. Shorel Aran. Fight well.
Okay, well let's see if we can speed through this a little bit faster than we did last time.
For a miracle, and the vanguard of light answered the call.
I got like negative FPS again. This area is really poorly optimized so far. I mean, sub 50 FPS is not fun.
Our forces are scattered. The devouring host will overwhelm us.
I am the blade of the light. I answer to the light. Remain vigilant.
Vanguard is here to protect. The light chose for you to be here.
Oh, this actually means this gear that we get from these quests is actually probably going to be an upgrade nice and quick as well.
Some must remain to guard the sunwell. If it falls, all is lost.
Oh, this is where 80 item level hurts. Why did I choose to do this on a template character? I should... There's part of me that wants to just pull my hunter from live in again. And then just drop the professions on him and give him herbing and mining. No, we'll stick to playing in owl mode. We'll stick to playing in owl mode. Ah! Look at the weasel go! Oh, I actually quite like that. These look really silly.
Champion, over here.
Greetings.
Let's find the rest of the Vanguard. The High Exarch hates to be disappointed.
Oh, I'm missing a healing potion.
If only I had found a way to disrupt
Druid main confirmed after seeing the weasel. Job done. He's kind of cool, isn't he? Oh, here's our healing potions. Oh, the lag's kicking in. More people are waking up. Everybody go back to bed.
By the light, suffer no more. By the light, suffer no more.
Oh, I do much prefer the nameplates now. Whatever Blizzard have done and gone away and done with these nameplates, I do definitely prefer them now. Smaller text, smaller icons, more discreet, I like.
Allow the light to be your guide.
Now if I could get less than 500 ms lag, it would be wonderful. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have picked on the elite.
Light aid you.
Run
Be
away.
the light that darkness fears. Foul spawn of the void, prepare to meet your end. The High Exarch calls us to glory or death.
I wonder if it's actually not that I'm not gonna test this on this character because I should probably just use this tune to do the campaign on to unlock adventure mode for alts. But I wonder if it's feasible to just level up with herbing and mining. It probably is. It'd be a good way to navigate and learn the lay of the land. Not dying would also be a bonus. Oh shit, I need like loads more of these dudes. I need to kill a whole bunch of stuff. Where's the last dude we need to recruit? Oh, flipping out, we've gone totally the wrong way. I've done this intro quest line about 5 times now, and I still hate it. I didn't like it the first time. Do/dance, it's adorable. Oh, okay, that has to be tried. Oh my god, look at the weasel dance! Look at the weasel dance! That is awesome. Yeah, it's a jiggly weasel. Why does it work so well with the music? It's a techno weasel. Hang on. Wham Weasel just sort of does a bit of a bop. What does Feral Weasel do? Just feeding the chickens. Okay, sure. Bit of a DJ rat, yeah. Did Herbs and Ore used to damage in Dragonflight the War Within? I wonder if the change was made for scripting bots. I remember seeing 20 Dragonflight Taurens following each other. Yeah, over the last couple of expansions, they've added a bunch of stuff to herbing and mining to try and make it more annoying, at least for bots. It's a game of cat and mouse, though, isn't it? The problem for me is that if you try and make it more annoying for bots, you also simultaneously make it more annoying for the players, the legit players. And ultimately, it's just something that bots will just code into their program so that it's no longer a problem. It's overcomable for bots, yet it's a permanent annoyance for actual players. So I would rather they come up with a better solution. And here's a crazy one. How about just ban the bots? I know it's damage mitigation. You know, it's limiting the effect of the bot before they are then supposedly banned. But just ban the damn things quicker. Putting annoying gameplay mechanics that are like permanently annoying for players as a way to try and counter the bots is... It works, but it's not a very elegant solution. Right, maybe we can quickly grab some points from these dudes that are killing things for me. These give me percentage. Yes, but not a lot. It's beta stable today, tried it yesterday, but it was unplayable. I don't have any means for comparison, really. I've not disconnected or anything today. It's a bit laggy, but it's manageable. This little starter zone is absolutely gross, though. I think when you get out of here, it is smoother. Just stand here and let the NPCs kill half of these for me. Makes this bit a touch easier. 98, one more. Tag on you. There we go. Zoom weasel! These Haranir are actually quite cool. Oh, do I race change my druid to Haranir?
We must strike back while we have the chance.
No, I will not
I think I've got some already paid for race changes in the bag anyway, so. Dead? No, I wasn't. Oh, I got lagged. No amount of skill can counteract lag. You all know that's a fact. Bear form looks awesome. They all look kind of cool. I like the weasel. Both feral and travel weasel is kind of cool.
The void has come for Azeroth. Do not let this evil shake your resolve.
Why don't you just use the boost you got for midnight? Because I've already got a druid. With herbing and mining from like all expansions. Just race change him, it's fine. weirdly, as crazy as it sounds, like the free boosts you get with the expansions mean very little to me these days. I've got so many characters at or near max level that one extra is just like, meh, whatever. It's kind of silly, but... And I don't have half as many characters as some people. Oh, I should actually equip these upgrades I'm getting though. Oh, in combat still. Where did you come from? Still got the one I got from the War Within. Yeah. Yeah, I have no real use to use a lot of the boosts. As silly as it sounds.
The eternal sun.
And weirdly, their value is like way less these days because leveling characters is so quick as well. Having like sub 2 hour leveling on a brand new character these days is kind of makes the boosts just like one of those. Whatever.
The light will protect you.
I got all the race combinations for Pallies and Druids and Shamans too. Yeah, this is kind of the thing people start doing, isn't it? Like leveling alts is so fast these days. You can start having... It used to be quite an achievement to have one of every class. Now people are trying to do one of every class and race combination. And, you know, one of each spec even. Or even more ridiculous than that in some cases.
The holy light will ease your pain.
We need to kill the big slimy dude, which I think is actually this thing.
The light will protect you.
Really hope they nerf the skill roof for high quality in some of the professions. Prospecting now is impossible to reach with all knowledge and gear, for example. This is something I was hoping we'd get the cheat vendors to like really dive into. What are you doing, little puppet? The cheat vendors will be needed to like really figure this stuff out, but I've also come to the conclusion that they haven't done the balance pass on recipe difficulty yet, or at least it appears as if they haven't. They could be shooting for something different though. I have seen, by looking at all of the professions in quite a lot of detail so far, a lot more emphasis on like knowledge point nodes in the talent trees, helping you to reduce the amount of concentration you use. A lot more nodes than normal that do exactly that, which kind of gives me a bit of a sneaky suspicion that they might be going for a more Dragonflight-esque profession system this time round, meaning we might be in a position where they don't actually allow us to guarantee everything at high quality without concentration. They might almost be leaning into the fact that they know most crafters have an army of characters these days, which is questionable in its own right, because it does kind of fuck over people that do just have one profession. But I can only tell you what I see, and with the amount of nodes in the spec trees that are like -5% concentration usage and like increase your ingenuity. There seems to be so many more places where they've chosen to put ingenuity and concentration focused abilities and nodes. It might not be across the board, it might not be universal, but it definitely looks like we might not be guaranteeing everything at top quality. There might be a scenario where you have to use concentration to get high quality some stuff. Now, the reality is it doesn't actually matter which way they do it, because the market will just, you know, evolve around it. But the way the market will have to adapt to that sort of landscape is that it will just make high quality stuff more expensive, and it will greatly benefit players who are willing to spin up 10 copies of every profession in order to multiply the amount of concentration they have to spend. But of course, that also then comes at the initial cost of doing that, because leveling professions at the beginning of an expansion is not cheap. Not cheap. But the bar is quite low. The requirements to start using concentration in your professions is very, very low, with only having normal and high quality. Meaning, sure, your profession tools, leveling the profession to 100, all of this sort of stuff might not be particularly cheap, but you can technically start using concentration day one, basically.
They've sunk a ship. Throw the survivor a rope.
So far from what I've seen and heard, I really despise the profession changes they're doing in Midnight. It does feel like a backward step. Sister Gold Skimmer. What an NPC name. Sister Gold Skimmer. Okay. Yeah, it does seem... I can't help but get the feeling they are taking a backward step. There's significant aspects of professions that have just been carved out without them really adding anything new or interesting for players to get their teeth into. Meaning, if you are one of the players that genuinely enjoys tinkering with professions most of the time, there does weirdly feel like there might be a lot less to keep you interested. And that's difficult to say from the fact that most crafters' feedback throughout all of the War Within was like, where's our updates? You know, nobody really complained with Season 1. Season 1 was great fun. Loads of stuff to do, loads of things to learn, loads of different paths and avenues to explore, some new stuff like thaumaturgy to figure out. Admittedly, they changed things like prospecting weeks into the expansion going live. They added shattering halfway through. You know, they had to hotfix in a few things to balance stuff out, but Season 1 was at least kind of interesting and kind of fruitful for those that put the time and the effort in. I'm not sure just how that same landscape is going to exist in Midnight, with the fact that they've just carved big sections of professions out, but not simplified things that were clear and obvious pain points for people like the Spectres, which is weird. Overall, I'm just ever so slightly confused more than anything else with their choice of changes. Confused why they've decided to just carve things out rather than making the complicated things less complicated. Still a ton of room for changes, so I wouldn't write them off yet. The issue is I don't think there is a ton of room for changes. They're not going to change anything fundamentally. the time for fundamental change is within the alpha. There isn't really big fundamental sweeping changes that will happen now. Beta is pretty much, they might add a recipe here or there. They might change the the skill that's required to, they might tweak numbers, but they're not going to be making sweeping changes anywhere. I mean, never say never, but it would be very odd for them to come in and go, right, we're changing how spectries work, you know? If they were to do something like that, you would assume that because of the way that they clearly build the professions, they clearly make the spectries for the professions and then tune everything else around the spectries. If you've got enough points in a spectry to get this amount of skill, then they tune the recipe difficulties to that number. It's not the other way around. So the spectries are kind of like the first implementation of a profession, and then everything else is balanced around it. And it's also because the spectries become where you spend your, the spectries impact different aspects of the professions. Multiple crafts are affected by a single node. So if you change a node in a spectry, then you have to go back and change multiple things with multiple recipes. Hence why they do the spectries first and then balance everything else around those, rather than the other way around. So for the most part, I suspect what we see is what we get now, other than a few numbers changing here, there and everywhere. Brightclaw. Where's Brightclaw? Wait, is this a bonus objective? Kill a bunch of you, collect a bunch of you. Oh, it is. Bonus objectives out here. Oh, you're the wasting. We've killed you. Where's Brightclaw? Thanks for killing Hope. I mean, I've just seen this scenario play out 10 times at this point. It's not my first rodeo.
Might was in such pain. When I was overcome by wrath, I lashed out in my pain. Is it the same for the void as it is for the light?
I've not found any, unless I've not been tracking them, mind. I've not found any I've not found any nodes out here for herbing or mining, which is weird. Maybe because it is the intro area. Maybe it's instanced so that you don't have herbing and mining nodes out here. That's actually probably a smart thing to do, really, isn't it, to be honest, if I think about it. You start putting herb and ore nodes in this first instance thing, it'll just get botted to hell. And then invisible to most players. It's probably smart not to put herbing nodes out here. Stand no interest in tinkering with them at all, which is weird because I've always been big into the professions. It's a value thing, isn't it? Like those players who enjoy tinkering with the professions need something to get their teeth into that's new and fresh and exciting. So like the the clear and obvious annoyance for nearly all players regarding like knowledge points and the spec trees. You know, the curse of you not being able to like respec freely or have access to as many knowledge points as you're willing to farm. The curse of that needs to be counteracted by the kiss of there being like something juicy to get your teeth into, something that if you do figure it out that will be nice and profitable and worth the effort. With them shaving just big chunks out of each of the professions in the name of simplification, that's actually taking away the kiss side, in my opinion. Making the grinding the knowledge points even less attractive to do. Especially now that this is going to be the third expansion in a row dealing with this profession system. We know how it plays out. It's not a secret to us anymore. We kind of know that it's a 6-month grind on knowledge points, and we also know that Season 1 is the point where you can make a bunch of gold, but unless they add new shit in Season 2, then, you know, there isn't that much point continuing the grind after Season 1, regardless of whether you fill your knowledge point trees or not. Because we know how the story plays out, there almost needs to be a bigger, juicier incentive for us to do it third time round. And those that have seen it, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, might be way less incentive. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe way less incentivized to do it again. Access violation. Not the only one that's had that error. I also can't click the damn thing to make it go away. That's fun. Alt F4 it is. I mean, it's my highlight of the week, going out into the world and farming dirt piles on all my crafters. It's interesting how you can smell sarcasm through the internet. Yeah. Okay, right. Well, I wasn't expecting that to go boom, but since it did go boom, and I have already been streaming for 4 hours, I probably should be taking it easy because I'm not exactly at full health myself anyway. Maybe, boys and girls, we leave it there for today. If everything goes to plan, we will be back tomorrow. I will probably need to treat beta like a mini launch. If we don't have cheat vendors to test things properly, we're going to have to brute force it by just playing the beta a bunch. Now that we know, assuming everything goes smoothly, characters that we get up and running right now will be useful throughout all of the beta for further testing. So if I level a few characters, get a few characters up to 90, especially some farming characters up to 90, it'll be good to like try and figure out some herbing mining routes. It'll be good to try and figure out some skinning spots, this sort of stuff. So leveling a few characters is not a problem now. I chose not to really do much of any of that on the alpha because it was still really too early. And I knew that going from alpha to beta, you have this kind of like wipe and reset. So now that beta's up and running, we're quite safe to level a couple of characters, have a poke around, test a few things. And we'll keep our fingers crossed that they just add the cheat vendors at some point. No cheat vendors would make an interesting expansion launch because it means professions would be mostly untested, and you can bet your ass there'll be some some weird and interesting bugs and exploits if that is the case, which will make Season 1 kind of fun, I suppose, in a weird way. But boys and girls, thank you for stopping by today. We had a bit of a rocky start. We almost killed the stream. My computer is still not happy running 5 instances of WoW, but it seems to be perfectly fine running anything else I throw at it. So maybe a full, fresh install of WoW is what's needed. help fix some of my technical issues. Look up Intel Extreme Tuning Utility and scale your speed down to 48. It's when you run multiple sessions at once, you then get that error. Okay, thank you. But anyway, boys and girls, thank you once again for stopping by. Like I said, if everything goes to plan, we'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, beta season is officially upon us. Lots of testing. Shameless promo. Shameless plug. Oh, what am I showing there? That's DMs. Let's not expose DMs to the world. Shameless promo. Come say hi on the Discord. There is a whole section in the Discord now for the Midnight Beta where you can ask general profession-related questions. There's the general chat channel, but I'm starting to build out some mini profession overviews. Relax. Starting to build out some mini profession overviews of information in here. So, because there's no cheap vendors, this information might actually be more useful to players. So check the Discord out if you're not already. Plus, there will be plenty of chatter. I assume, I cannot guarantee this, but I'd assume over the next couple of weeks the Discord will kind of come back to life again, as it does as we get into, like, you know, ramping up towards the new expansion. So come say hi in the Discord if you're not there already. Yeah, shameless promo over, I suppose. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I think I'm going to go have a lem sip and go to bed, if I'm going to be brutally honest. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. And yeah, in a bit. Peace.